Hey y'all, I am live. Let me just set up this live stream real quick. I hope everybody is doing well. It's been a while. I forgot how to set this up. Let me see if I can see the chat. Okay, I see the chat. Hey. All right, just one second, y'all. I gotta make sure the chat replays. All right, let's see who we got up in here. We got Awkward Letter in the house. What's up? We got Lillian. Hey. Adora. Hey. We got Josie, Diana, Isaac Blue. Cameron. What's up, Cameron? We got who else? Tyrell. What's up, Tyrell? Derek. Yes, I was hoping that you would join us tonight because this is all about you. All right, let me get myself together real quick. And again, I hope everybody's doing well. Happy Libra season. Even though Libra season is on its way out, I still want to give a special shout out to all the Libras in the house. Happy birthday to you. Hey, Mariah. Me and Mariah go back like babies with pacifiers. Dirt dog, no liar. Keep the fantasy hot like fire. All right, we gotta put well, save that. We gotta put the monetization on. Okay. And then we gotta customize the chat. And then we should be good to go. So anybody got any like positive updates? Anybody had some good things happen to them? Because this tonight we're going to be more about the positive side of life than the negative. As you can see from the title, this video is about Sun trine Neptune. So we're going to keep it positive tonight. But you know me, I'm gonna have to add some darkness to it somehow, some way. I'm gonna have to get it in somehow, some way, because you know I love the dark. Actually, we could start off with some darkness right now. So I switched the chat to subscribers only mode. So if anybody is watching this live stream and you want to chat, but you haven't subscribed to my channel, I suggest you subscribe so that you could be part of the discussion. All right, and let me just put the what you call it up in here. I'm gonna change the picture, the thumbnail. So I'll just say, hey Abu, what's up? What's up, N? I will say that as of late, I've been in a dark place. No, it's not really been a dark place, but I'll say kind of like a spiritual, existential crisis I've been going through. Now I'm about to explain to y'all what I mean in a second. I don't even know if yeah, I'm gonna have to get the image later. All right, let's see. So we got 30 people in here so far. All right. So yeah, I've been going through like a kind of an existential crisis, if that's what you want to call it. I would even call it a crisis, but I'm at the point where I'll just say this. I'm tired of a certain person, or should I even say person? But I'm getting tired of this person, this man. I don't know if you know who I'm talking about, but I'm at the point in my life where I'm tired. And thank you, Derek. Derek said, get the likes up. That's right. When you come in here, please get the likes up because you know it's going to be a good live stream. But yeah, just to kick things off, I'm just going to tell y'all what I've been dealing with this Libra season. See, my Venus is in Libra and it's in the ninth house. You know, the ninth house is religion and spirituality. So like I said, I've been going through what one could consider an existential crisis, like dealing with my spirituality. And I'm at the point now where I'm just tired of him, tired of the father, tired of what would you call it? What you would what the three major religions would consider to be the divine God, I guess you could say. And this is a lot for me to say because I've always prided myself on being very spiritual, not religious. I grew up in a religion, but I let go of that. But I still held fast to the belief in this God, God of the Bible more so. And I'm at the point now where I'm tired of him. I'm tired of his shit. And I'm not trying to be blasphemous for anybody that's a Christian or a Muslim or a Jewish or whatever. But I'm tired. I'm tired of the bullshit. I'm tired of the empty promises. I'm tired of seeing people who have devoted their life to this man in the sky and they get nothing but suffering, pain, anguish, illness. And I guess what brings me to this, because I have a family member right now that's going through like some tough times, right? Um, he may not have too much longer on this earth. It's one of my uncles. And he all ever since I've known him, he's been a man of God. He's lived a righteous life. He's from what I know, he's basically lived the life of a devoted Christian. And I'm saying this is the reward he gets to have to suffer at the end of his life and go through this pain. And he's no exception. We all have to suffer. And I'm starting to really question, like, what is the benefit of this belief in this? And again, when I say God, I'm talking about the God of the Bible primarily. I'm not talking about this spiritual force, because I still believe that there's a spiritual force that's basically operating things. I see it all the time. As an astrologer, I'm a witness to it. So I'll never go to the point where I become a full-blown atheist and be like, oh, I don't believe in anything spiritual, because I do. I believe that there's spirit all around us. I believe that there's more to the spirit world than the physical world even. But this concept of God is really starting to bug me. When you really think about how the God of the Bible is depicted, if you're honest, you would have to say this God of the Bible is narcissistic. And not just narcissistic, this God is merciless, cruel, and so unjust. So I'm at that point again. I'm talking because it's Libra season. My Venus is in Libra and it's in the ninth house. Ninth house is spirituality, it's religion. So lately, I've really been coming to terms with this whole belief system that I've been conditioned with, and how it really hasn't served me beyond maybe being upstanding individual, but I could be that without religion because it's just in my heart to be that way. You have plenty of people that go to church every Sunday or Saturday or whatever day they deem to be the holy day. And these are some of the worst people you could come across. And especially the ones in the pulpit, the preachers, the pastors, the priests. They're some of the worst people you could come across. So if they're the representatives of this so-called God, this being in the sky or in the heavens, like if we really want to call a spade, if we think about how the real world really operates and we look at the people that are representing this God, what should that really tell us if we're really dealing with the real? If we're really dealing with the real, what does that tell us? If all of these examples, these representatives of God, fall way short of basically being that godly person, make it make sense. And why do evil people continue to be rewarded in this life? And then you could be like, well, it's because Satan rules this world, if you want to take it that way. But then it's like, okay, well, if that's true, why is God letting this happen? Why do we even got to go through this? Why does life have to be so much of a mind fuck? Why do we have to be born just to fucking die? All of those questions have been with me my whole life. And a lot of people have these questions, and the answer that they have is, oh, it's because God wants it that way, because it's God's will and God is in control. Well, if God is in control, like I said, then I'm just saying, I'm not going to be blaspheming and stuff like that, but I'm just saying, we really have to think about this conditioning with religion and really wonder, like, is this really how we're supposed to think? Or are we really on our own down here, which is what I believe. I believe we are really on our own. I do believe in angels. I believe in demons. And I believe that's where we can get help, through angels, sometimes even through demons. But in terms of there's this Heavenly Father watching over everything, controlling everything, and condemning you because of who you're having sex with, all that type of stuff. I'm starting to really disassociate myself from that viewpoint. And I know some of y'all already have, but because I was indoctrinated with religion ever since I was born, it's been kind of hard for me to totally divorce myself from this concept. And again, why does the God of the Bible and the Quran and the Torah, why does he have to be male? That is another thing that doesn't sit right with me either. It's always this male figure. But then again, when you think about how this God is personified, he basically is embodying all the negative traits of masculinity, toxic masculinity, basically. And again, this is if you're being real, and if you're really if you go and read the stories of the Bible with an open mind and with pure rationality, and you suspend belief and you really look at it objectively, and you say, would you really want this type of person in charge? Would you really want to worship this type of being that's saying, go into this city and kill every man, woman, and child? It don't matter if they're innocent or not. Or like the story of Sodom and Gomorrah, where Lot, he basically gave his two daughters to the mob outside of his house so that they could assault them instead of them coming for the angel. Like, there's so many stories that are just outrageous. Don't get me wrong, the Bible has some benefits. I really think it's allegorical. It's more so symbolism and mythology that can teach you some good lessons. But I also believe that it can be used for evil, and it could be a dangerous tool. And I just don't like this whole system of control that comes with it. And then when the power is put in the wrong hands, and then they use religion to justify war and all this stuff, it's just a mess. I mean, think about what's going on in Israel with the Palestinians and the Israeli. I mean, it goes back to religion. It's ridiculous. You got a group of people that set up shop in a country that didn't belong to them simply because they believe in a book that is their land. That is their chosen land. Like, really think about how crazy that sounds. That they're the chosen people. But again, you could say that, and I'm not just harping on the Jews. The Muslims do the same thing. The Christians do the same thing. And it's like all this infighting. And I think it's by design, because they really don't want you to basically acknowledge the divinity within yourself. I do believe we are divine beings, but it's like we get blinded by these religious ideologies. And I'm at the point now where I'm just like, I don't think I don't again, I don't want to say I'm an atheist because I'm not, because I believe that there is a spiritual side to this life because I see it all the time. But I really just want to get away from that whole idea of this heavenly father that is basically going to send us to heaven or hell, depending on what we do in life. I'm not trying to I'm not trying to go there. I'm not trying to, and I really believe heaven and hell is on earth. I really do. You got some hellish places on earth and you got some heavenly places on earth. And those are your choices. Do you want your life to be more about heaven or do you want it to be more about hell? And some people don't have a choice either, which is really messed up. So again, and you want to talk about the 10 commandments? Well, God has broken all 10 of them. Let's be real. Maybe except for no gods above me. But yeah. And I like, again, when you think about the Bible and if you think about all the times that God was like, kill these people, does God really care about our lives like that? If there is a God like that, does he really care about our lives like that? Anytime babies are getting killed all the time. Let's be real. But yeah, I just wanted to touch on that because again, my Venus is in Libra, which has me straddling the fence in terms of spirituality. And I'm gonna tell y'all this too. I shared this with my student this past week. So again, my Venus is in Libra. Libra is the sign of balance, right? So I've been watching a bunch of videos on YouTube from atheists and agnostics and stuff like that just to get their point of view. And I don't agree with everything that they say because, again, on the atheist side, they're like, oh, there's nothing spiritual. Everything is just this material world, which I don't believe. And I don't even believe in the theory of evolution, all that crap. Darwin could go to hell for all I care. But in the course of me watching these videos about atheists and stuff, it was a Sunday and I was cleaning up. And then this gospel song just popped in my head, this song that I grew up with. And I was like, oh my God. I was like, I need to get that album. I need to get the album that that song was on. So I'm going on YouTube trying to find this gospel album and I couldn't find it. So I Google it because it was from a choir, Delaware State College mass choir. So of course it wasn't mass produced, but I happened to find it. So there was this guy, he has a collection of thousands of like albums. So I ended up purchasing the album. It got delivered this week. But this just shows you about how astrology is crazy like that with Libra and balanced. So I'm watching all these atheist videos, and then because I got Venus in Libra, I had to have some balance. And there you go, a gospel song pops in my head, and I'm like, oh my God, I love that song. I gotta get this album. So that just goes to show you that I can still take from what I've been indoctrinated with, like certain facets of the Christian religion, like because I still love some of those gospel songs I grew up with, and I could still enjoy that without totally subscribing to this belief that there's this heavenly father that is controlling everything. But yeah, I just wanted to give that to y'all just to kick off this live stream, just tell y'all what I've been going through with my Venus and Libra. So again, Libra is about balance. And because I was going way to the left with the spirituality, my subconscious brought me back into balance. It was like, nah, we ain't gonna let you go all the way over there because there's something to this Christian religion. There's something even to the Muslim religion. There's something even to Judaism that you can benefit from. You don't have to throw it all away. You don't have to throw the baby out with the bathwater. And I am very against going to extremes. So, yeah, with that being said, I'm going to continue to straddle the fence. And I'm not going to ever like say, oh, yeah, I'm a straight up atheist. I would rather say I'm more of an agnostic. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure who's controlling things. I'm not sure, why this stuff is happening. I'm not sure, but I'll tell you one thing, Jesus ain't coming back. I know that for sure. I know that in my heart. And that's one of the things that pisses me off too about Christians in particular, because the other religions, they don't have that whole theme of Jesus coming back. And a lot of Christians, they rest on that, and they end up not fighting when they need to fight because they believe, oh, all of this was prophesied. That just means Jesus is coming back. Like Jay-Z said, Jesus can't save you. He was telling the truth. Sagittarius, he was telling the truth. Jesus ain't coming back. I'm sorry, y'all. The sooner Christians get over that mindset, the better off they can be, and the more they can work towards making this world a better place and stop relying on Jesus to fix everything. We were given brains for a reason. We were given hearts for a reason. It's up to us as humans to fix the world. We can't depend upon Jesus or God or Allah or Moses or whoever to fix the world for us. We got to do it ourselves. We are all we have, really. And like I said, I do believe there are some angelic forces out there. I believe there's demonic forces, but at the end of the day, we're all we can really rely on. And I just want to leave y'all with that. I'm sorry to get all spiritual with it, but like I said, I got Venus in Libra in my 9th house. It's Libra season. So that's what I've been going through. And I guess you could say, if we're talking about a spiritual belief system that I would say that I'm more like nowadays, I guess you would say Buddhism. I'm more on that Buddhist end, even though I really don't want to do all the chanting and all that type of stuff. I like that Buddhist spiritual belief system where they really don't have like this God figure, but they do acknowledge that basically there's this spiritual force, and they're very much about, the golden rule, doing unto others as you would like done to yourself or whatever. So yeah, and I'm very much about being a moral person, being an ethical person, and all that. So, and I do believe you can be that without having to rely upon religion. All right, with that being said, Derek, where are you at? Because this is about Derek tonight. Oh, Kauai said Jews believe that Elijah, the prophet, will return. Oh, they do? Oh, so they got their money on Elijah, huh? But isn't it interesting, though, how strong well, not even spirituality, religion, how strong of a hold that religion has upon a lot of people still. But hey, I'm also about, hey, if it works for you, go crazy with it. I'm not going to be the type of person to, talk to a Christian and try to talk them out of being one, because if it works for them, that's great. And I do believe that some of these religions can be beneficial to people, but when they start like forcing it upon people, I'm not cool with that. All right. Oh, I wanted to talk about Diddy real quick before we get into the main topic, because I know some of y'all been waiting for an update, and I know some of y'all been cheating on me, going to other astrologers and stuff, getting the tea from them and stuff. It's all good, because I know I've been missing in action for a while. But I did tell y'all, I don't know if y'all remember, but in one of the live streams I did say that there was a good chance that P. Diddy would get arrested in September. I might have said September or October, but yes, so he got arrested in September, and I was pointing to that Pluto transit he got going on, transiting Pluto on his Mars, and I was like, that's when they gonna pick him up and put his ass in jail, and that's exactly what happened. And I haven't really been following all the story, all the details about him being locked up and stuff, but I do know that I know I ghosted y'all. Sorry, Ellie. Sometimes I gotta be in my own little world. But no, I've been dealing with a couple of Neptune transits, Saturn transits, that has been making it hard for me to just be social. But anyway, what was I saying? I was talking about P. Diddy. So P. Diddy, I think he's still trying to get bailed out. He's still trying to get that approved for him to be bailed out. And honestly, from some of the transits he got going down, there's a chance that he could get bailed out. And I learned that his trial has been set for May 5th, 2025. And the interesting thing is he has a really good transit going down right around that time. Let me share my screen because I did make a few notes about this real quick. Real quick, and then we'll get into the main topic. If this world were mine. Oh no. Okay. My computer acted a little wonky. Okay, we want this. And before I even get into P. Diddy, I forgot to discuss this. So I am hosting a workshop. I know I haven't did a workshop in a while, but I am hosting a workshop on October 26th. It's called The Astrology of Men Manifesting Mr. Right. And it's basically going to consist of me telling you about what's in your chart that results in you attracting a certain type of man. And then also I'm going to break down men per signs and what they could be going through, like what type of man you could be attracted if his moon is in this sign, if his Mars is in this sign, sun in this sign. But what's really important is your own chart. That's what really matters when it comes to figuring out how to manifest Mr. Right. So consider taking this workshop. It's a 4-hour workshop. You're going to get a lot out of it. And while I'm not looking for Mr. Right, because I'm past that point, I do understand that there's still plenty of people out there that would like a chance at love, true love. And I love when I see good relationships in action. I love it. I'm not one of those haters. I love to see people in love. I love to see a good match. So I'm here to help you find that good match. I'm here to help you manifest Mr. Right. So there's certain things that I'm going to tell you, like, okay, if you got this aspect, you're liable to meet a guy here or doing this or whatever. If he falls into this house in your chart, this is what you should do and whatnot. So I'm going to give you the ins and outs of choosing the right mate. Now, the description is geared towards women, right? But if any gay men would like to attend the workshop, you can attend as well, because again, this is about manifesting Mr. Right. So don't think that this is just for straight women. Gay men, you're welcome to attend as well. So yeah, consider taking the workshop. All right. And what I'll do is I'll post the link in the description section in a minute. But I already posted on the community tab. All right. Now there's a lot of memes about Diddy right now, so I had to pull some and include it in this little discussion right here. But one of the main things that made me raise an eyebrow, one of the main details of this story of his arrest was the baby oil. So when I found out, like, oh, they found, what did they say? Was it hundreds or thousands of bottles of baby oil? What was it? Was it hundreds or thousands? I know it was a crazy amount of baby oil that this man had. And of course, I had to look in his chart and look for the baby oil theme, because if he's into baby oil that much, you're going to see it in his chart. So Diddy has Mars in Capricorn, sextile Neptune in Scorpio. Now that's a baby oil aspect. Now that aspect deals with other things, bigger things that he's accomplished, but that's also dealing with the baby oil as well. Like that's helping his sex game. That's making it ease up in there like that, real easy. When we're looking for oil, we have to look for Neptune. Oh yeah, they said thousands. Damn. When we're talking about oil, we got to look at Neptune and Pisces, because Neptune rules oil, Pisces rules oil. So you see how Neptune is in sextile with his Mars in Capricorn. And then he also has Neptune in Scorpio, sextile Pluto in Virgo. That's helping his sex game as well. The baby oil helping his sex game. And then he has Sun in Scorpio, trine Pisces North Node. So the baby oil is all up in his chart. So it makes sense that he likes to slip and slide like that. That Pisces North Node is really bringing it into view. And with the Pisces North Node, that's like unlimited supply of baby oil for him. And Saturn was on that North Node. Was it? It was before he got arrested, I remember. But they might have already knew about the baby oil when that Saturn was on his North Node like that. And Saturn's going to return to his North Node as well later on. He looks horrible, like in this picture right here. Yeah, I don't know. It didn't come up on the screen yet. Kauai says some believe that was GHB in those bottles. Maybe that would be a lot of GHB. God damn. So, like I said, transiting Pluto on P. Diddy's Mars, 29th degree of Capricorn. That 29 is no joke, produces high pressure situations, interference from third parties. You know, Capricorn rules the authorities and the cops, including the feds. So, yeah. And Pluto is still on his Mars. And it became exact on September 10th. And then it's going to become exact again now that Pluto's direct on November 11th. So that November 11th could point to maybe another charge. He's hit with another charge, even if he gets bailed out. More information might come out, like there might be more that is exposed. He also has transiting South Node in Libra, forming a quincunx with his Saturn in Taurus, and that becomes exact on October 27th, which would be next Sunday, right? That could pertain to his bail. He might, like I said, because of certain transits he got going on right now, like he got Neptune trine Neptune going down right now, Uranus trine Pluto, even though that Uranus trine Pluto is not going to really become impactful until next year. But there's a chance that that bail request could be approved. And next thing you know, he's on house arrest until the trial. So this transit South Node in Libra could have something to do with that. Okay, yeah, thousands. So it says Diddy's Miami house had over thousands bottle of baby oil and lubricant among various freak off supplies, police documents reveal. I have a sneaky suspicion that Diddy's not going to have to do much time, or he might even get acquitted, or it might be a mistrial. And the reason why I'm saying that is because of some of the transits that he has around that court date. Here go another meme that somebody created. This one is pretty clever if you ask me. Hey, Leisha, how you doing? Thousands bottles of baby oil. Now, he has transit in Chiron and Aries, opposing Jupiter and Libra. Now, he's had this transit come up already, and that was like more people alleging that he abused them, that he mistreated them, that he harmed them, what have you. Now, this transit is going to become exact again March 25th, 2025. And then transiting Chiron and Aries opposing Venus and Libra will become exact again on April 2nd, 2025, which is shortly before that court date. So this could be where it could be more allegations come out. Somebody else comes up and accuses him of abuse or whatever, or assault or whatever. but it can also be where him and his lawyer are basically going through like the whole what would you call that? Either the testimony, but I would say Diddy would be smart to just cop a plea, do a plea deal, and that could be what this is about, plea bargaining. And if he does a plea, that could be why I'm seeing where he's not going to do much time. You could see a mistrial Pisces moon. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if something's not right with this case. That is, it's hard for me to like put it into words, but something is not right with this case. Again, I have a feeling that there's something that's going to come up that's either going to result in a mistrial or where they might have to quit him off of something. But I'm probably going to do a live stream where I really like chop up his chart and transits and stuff and see how things are going to pan out. But yeah, if we're expecting justice to be served in terms of Diddy, we might be a little disappointed. But he does have some other transits coming up in 2026 and 2027. And that could be the nail in the coffin for him. And then when Pluto squares his sun, that might be the end of his days. But anyway, I'll deal with that more in detail later on. Enough about Diddy for now. All right, so let me share my screen and pull up the PowerPoint for tonight's video. And let's be real, we know somebody of Diddy's stature has friends in high places. But then again, we could look at somebody like Harvey Weinstein and he's still locked up. So I'm not totally sure yet, but I'm going to do some research and I'm going to like really look into this and see how things could possibly turn out. All right. So, Sun trine Neptune, touched by an angel. So, I got all the negative, dark stuff out the way. Now we're going to be all about the light. And Sun trine Neptune is one of the best aspects a person can have. Like, I can't say enough about this aspect in terms of the goodness that it can provide. Like, talk about like easy life, being on easy street, but I have here touched by an angel. Now, mind you, everybody that has Sun trine Neptune is not going to be living on easy street. I'm just being, extra with it right now. But when you really maximize the potential of this trine, like you could get so much out of it. It is really a blessing to be born with this trine. Derek, where are you at? Kevin said, but everybody was coming out against Weinstein. No major celebs have come out against Diddy. Isn't that interesting? Yeah. You see what I mean? Like this shit, like there's something very strange about this whole situation with Diddy, if you ask me. Now, what might be really but then again, like because he had that whole settlement with Cassie, right? Can they use that in court? Remember the video where he was beating her up in the hallway of the hotel by the elevator? Can they admit that as evidence in court? I don't think they can because that's a whole separate case, right? Because I'm like, if Cassie was part of the whole, the plaintiffs in this criminal case, that would be a good piece of evidence to use against him. But I don't even think they can use that. I wish I had this aspect too, Dre. I just saw you retracted your why you. I feel the same way, Dre. Yes, it's really good for psychics. Yes. All right, touched by an angel. So this video has been sponsored by Derek. Derek is one of my sweethearts. I love Derek to death. And Derek is one of my ride or dies. Like, and Derek, you don't understand your potential. You really don't. And I've told you before, but I'll get into it when I get into your trine in particular. But yeah, thank you, Derek, for sponsoring this video. So Derek wants to know, you said, I still feel bad that I couldn't think of any questions for Sun Trine Neptune. That's because you don't got no damn problems because you got Sun Trine Neptune. No, let me stop. But you said, but what I can say is that I agree that I have been and am very sheltered and insulated and cherish my whole life with this aspect. Yes. I also have Venus trine Neptune, Neptune trine ascendant to add to that, Sun trine Neptune. I have Sun conjunct Venus as well. So I have been spoiled. Yes, you have. Oh my God. Like, you don't know how good you have it, Derek, with those apps. No, you know how good you have it. But just know that you can always maximize the trines. You're getting right now, you're getting like the bare minimum in terms of blessings and benefits. You can always maximize the benefits of your trines by putting some work into it. So, yes, you have been born with a really good chart. You have been given a great start in life. I will tell you that. All right. So, first, we're going to get into Sun trine Neptune in general. And then I'm going to get into your aspect and what you could do with that. And then I'm going to talk about some celebrities that have Sun trine Neptune. So, one of the things that Sun trine Neptune can produce is having an angel by your side, or you could say spiritual protection. Now, some people may not believe in angels. That's why I'm also adding spiritual protection. I like to say angel because I do believe in angelic forces. Now, they may not look all ripped like this Raphael over here. You know, Raphael, he is the angel of health, angel of healing. And Sun trine Neptune is very much about healing as well. But yeah, it's like an angel is by your side. You have that spiritual protection. Now, with that being said, that doesn't mean, you know, go bungee jumping and skydiving as much as you want and do all this crazy stuff, because you can always squander the blessings and the spiritual protection that comes with that Sun trine Neptune. You know, this is another, remember I was started this live stream off talking about God, right? Another thing that I don't like that saying where, you ever hear that saying where it says God protects babies and fools? Who came up with that, number one? And that is so untrue. When you're a fool, you're going to fuck around and find out eventually. And since when have babies really been protected? The only way babies are protected is if we as humans protect them. But yeah, where did that whole saying come from? Like, I'm just like, people just be pulling this shit out of their asses, I swear. All right. And some people with Sun trine Neptune could have an angelic image. It could be maybe in terms of their physical features, but it could be they have an angelic image because of the things that they do to help people, the things that they do to contribute to the betterment of society. Miracles do happen when you have Sun trine Neptune. You can be a witness to, yeah, Diana said it came from, yes, I'm on my box. I told y'all I would start getting on my soapbox. I asked y'all if I could, and y'all was like, go off. So yeah, I'm gonna start getting on my soapbox more and more about how I feel about this world and all types of stuff. But yes, miracles happen when you have Sun trine Neptune. Like, case in point, when you have Sun trine Neptune, you may never go broke. You may never go hungry. You may never have to suffer like some of us have to suffer, right? Because it's like, just when you need it, help comes. Just when you think you're at your last dime, you find some money. Just when you think you can't take it no more, you get delivered. Like, it's just wonderful, the miracles that could just happen with Sun trine Neptune. Being a wish master, wishing, and then that happening, wishing things into existence. But with this, you got to be careful what you wish for, because Neptune does have the power of granting wishes. You might as well say Neptune is like the genie in the bottle. So when you have a positive aspect involving Neptune, whether it's the trine, the sextile, in some cases, it could be the conjunction or the opposition, Yeah, you got to be careful what you wish for because there's a high chance you're going to get it within reason. That is because we are dealing with the world of reality, the material world. So you can't expect, pennies just to fall from heaven. But a lot of your wishes, if they are practical, can be granted, including evil wishes. This is why, like, if you get mad at somebody, don't wish that they get hit by a bus because they might. Like, it could happen. So be careful what you wish for. Magical and mystical experiences. So you might go places, you might travel places and experience some mystical phenomenon or whatever, or you might go on a spiritual retreat and have an out of body experience and all this type of stuff. So that's common with Sun trine Neptune. Being phenomenal. You could be phenomenal in some type of way where you are like blowing people's minds, you're showing people what they've never seen before. Being psychic, intuitive. Somebody had already mentioned that they have a psychic that has Sun trine Neptune. So here you are right here. Psychic, intuitive. Very easy. Derek, that's something that you need to keep in mind when it comes to deciding how you want to make some money, because you could get yourself a tarot deck. You could, pull charts, and you could be reading the hell out of people. Charitable. So people with Sun trine Neptune can be very charitable people. Now you could be charitable towards anything, but with the sun ruling children, you could be charitable towards children especially. And there's always room for more children's charities. There really is. I'm all about saving the children, helping the children, all of that. I believe the children are our future. Isn't that what Whitney said? Speaking of Whitney, she lost her mother. Well, Whitney has already been gone, but Cissy Houston, I'm sorry I'm going on a tangent right now, but Cissy Houston recently has passed away. We're losing a lot of celebrities this year. But anyway, after Cissy Houston passed, there's been more like rumors coming out that Cissy Houston wasn't Whitney's biological mother. I might do a reading on that because there was this actress. She was an actress, singer, dancer. I forget her name. Somebody knows up in here because I know at least some of y'all have been following this story about Whitney Houston and her mother. Yeah, I forget the woman's name that people are saying is her actual biological mother. And then I was going along with it, right? And this, again, this is how my Venus and Libra works, because my Venus and Libra won't let me veer too much to one side. So I'm starting to really like get into this rumor and looking at this woman and Whitney, and I'm like, damn, they do look alike. That could be her mother. And I'm like, Whitney never looked like Cissy Houston. And then I read a comment where somebody says, this is cap. My mother knew the lady that was Cissy Houston's midwife, and she seen Whitney come out of Cissy Houston's hoo-ha. And now that just brings me right back. And I'm like, damn, because I was all ready to believe this about Whitney Houston's mother. And I was like, damn. So now I don't know what to believe. But yeah, Teresa Graves. Thank you, Diana. Yeah, she does look just like her. I might have to do a reading on this and see what the hell is going on. And yeah, Teresa and Whitney, they look much more alike than Whitney and Cissy Houston did. And from what they were saying was Whitney Houston's father was cheating on Cissy with Teresa, and Teresa was underage at the time. And then Teresa got pregnant, and because Teresa was underage, Cissy ended up taking Whitney and raising her as her own daughter. That's what I read. Kenyatta said she had the same small body as her too. Yeah, that's an interesting story. Yeah. All right, moving along. Now, when you have Sun trine Neptune, you could be mesmerizing people with your talents, with your skills, with your gifts. It could be that you're mesmerizing people with your psychic ability. Again, because Sun trine Neptune can produce psychic ability, but it also produces artistic ability. So you could be mesmerizing people with your art. Fascinating. People could find you fascinating, or your life could just be fascinating when you have Sun trine Neptune. Fascination, that is a very Neptunian word. So with my sun conjunct Neptune, see, I'm a Neptunian because I got sun conjunct Neptune. I would be even better off if I had sun trine Neptune, but I had that conjunction. And I love to be fascinated because I have that conjunction. I love, like, fascinate me. That's the best way to get my attention, is to fascinate me. So sun trine Neptune, you could be a fascinating person, but you might also have some fascinating experiences, and amazing as well. That is another adjective for sun trine Neptune. You might do some amazing things, but you might also have some amazing experiences throughout your life. Bedazzling is another Neptunian word. So being bedazzled, or just dazzling people with your talent, with your gifts. All inspiring, that's another Neptunian term. So when you have sun trine Neptune, what you create could be all inspiring, or who you are, even. In some cases, it could be somebody's beauty is all inspiring. Enchanting, that's very Neptunian. So you could be enchanting to some people, or you might be enchanted with something or someone. Hypnotic, which is why I have this image right here. So having a hypnotic vibe, or maybe you're a musician and the music you create is hypnotic. That's very sun trine Neptune. You could be a hypnotist, either by, in terms of entertainment, or you could be a psychotherapist type of hypnotist when you have sun trine Neptune. Spellbinding. So spellbinding, making people just be captured by your presence, or whatever you're doing, your performance, or what have you. Fantastical. And I had to put the word in Shazam. Now, Shazam, I'm getting tongue tied. Shazam. Shazam. Isn't that, wait, let me look it up. I just put it in there because I know Shaq played in that movie called Shazam, and it was dealing with him being like a genie or something, right? But we're going to look up the definition right now. Definition. Okay, Shazam. It says used to introduce an extraordinary deed, story, or transformation. Let me read that again. Used to introduce an extraordinary deed, story, or transformation. Okay, Shazam. Like, that's like almost bringing something into existence. Let me click on this Merriam-Webster. Okay, Merriam-Webster says used to indicate an instantaneous transformation or appearance. Yes, that's like magic. Shazam, just like how like a genie would make something appear. Shazam. Yes. All right, let me go back. Superhero energy. Now, if you got sun trine Neptune, you might dress up as a superhero for Halloween on one Halloween. Or you might even play the role of a superhero, let's say in a stage play, or in, acting in a film. You might actually be kind of like a superhero because you've saved people's lives. So just know that sun trine Neptune can produce that superhero energy. Kauai said he was a genie who came out of a boom box, I believe. Yeah. We all could use a genie in our lives. We really could. But why does it seem like the genie's purpose is to trip people up? Doesn't it seem that way? Because there's always some little sinister element to a genie. It's like they give you 3 wishes, but one of those wishes, when they grant it, it's going to trip you up in some way. Another story I like that deals with kind of genie magic is the monkey's paw. I think that's what it's called, where they get 3 wishes and then they just mess it all up. But again, the moral to those stories is be careful of what you wish for, which is what I was saying with this Sun trine Neptune. Superb. That word superb. Now we know what it means, but let's look it up. Let's look up the definition real quick so we can really put it into words. Superb is like excellence, right? It's like top notch. And it makes me think of that brand Superb, and you know how expensive that brand is. Being superb is very Sun trine Neptune. So superb, marked to the highest degree of grandeur. Wait a minute. Marked to the highest degree by grandeur, excellence, brilliance, or competence. Yes, superb. The way she played that piano was superb. The way he cooked that steak was superb. And again, I feel like beyond the words grandeur, excellence, brilliance, or competence, you also, there's a magical quality to superbness, or to be superb is like you're going over and beyond mediocrity. Wonderful, wonderful. God is wonderful. See what I mean? That's my Venus in Libra. I saw wonderful. I immediately think of a Christian song, a gospel song. But here I am talking about, oh, I'm done. I'm done with the whole God of the Bible. But it brings me right back. Sam Cooke, he started off in a gospel group called the Soul Stirrers. And my dad had the Soul Stirrers album when I was growing up. Oh my God. Some of those songs, like Wonderful. Wonderful. God is wonderful. But again, we don't have to say God is this God of the Bible. If you want to use the word God, God could just mean the spiritual force that is working through everything. We could look at it like that if you don't want to subscribe to the God of the Bible or these three major religions. Visionary, realizing your vision. So not just being a visionary, but actually realizing your vision, because the sun is representing the realization of things. And then your vision, that's Neptune. So when you got Sun trine Neptune, that's the realization of your vision. Or it could even be where you have a vision and then you get people together to help you realize it. Creative imagination. This is an easy one. Sun is creativity, Neptune is imagination. So when we're talking about Sun trine Neptune, this is the height of creative imagination. Ease and absorption. And this is more so thinking about like osmosis. And Derek, I noticed that you're very good. You like just absorb knowledge because you got Sun in Gemini, trine Neptune in Aquarius. And you're just so good at absorbing all of this knowledge. Like the things that, like, because Derek is one of my patrons, y'all, right? So he'll send me messages and stuff. And when I tell you his understanding of astrological concepts is like, it's amazing in terms of how young he is. And he gets it and he's on it. And I even told him, I was like, Derek, you need to consider being a professional astrologer. And he was all like, I don't know about all that and all that. But I think that's what you are going to become when you get older. You're real young now. You're still trying to figure things out. You're trying to figure yourself out. But your grasp of astrology and other metaphysical subjects is commendable. Like when you talk about amazed, yes, I'm amazed at how much you know and how much you've been able to retain, not just off of watching my videos, but also Hood Astro Queen and other astrologers that you've come across in a short period of time too. And yeah, I'm just like, wow. But that's what Sun trine Neptune does. It amazes people. And yeah, I am so amazed at your understanding, especially at such a young age. You are like light years ahead of the average person. So ease and absorption, again, you could say osmosis. Now, total immersive experiences. So think about like putting on the virtual reality. Remember that Apple came out with those stupid goggles this year? I forget what they were called or whatever, but where they wanted you to have a fully immersive experience. But that's basically Neptune. Like Neptune is about immersive experiences. So where you're totally, enclosed in this, you could say system or whatever, and you're just taking it all in. But yes, kind of like how this guy is doing sitting up on this cliff right here. Heaven on earth. So when you have Sun trine Neptune, basically you could be living heaven on earth. Maybe not every day, but for the better part of your life, especially if you make wise decisions, especially like wise financial decisions, you could really create heaven on earth. And I do believe, like I said, I don't believe in that there's a heaven or hell that we're going to go to when we die. I believe that there's heaven on earth and there's hell on earth. No limitations. Now, of course, you got to think within reason, of course, because we're living on earth and we're earthbound. And Derek also, he had messaged me about what I said about how I wanted to do a video on the square aspect. And I do plan on still doing a video on the square aspect. I might actually make it a workshop, but make it pay-per-view. But no, that because and he was like just going into the square and like just related into certain things and stuff like that. And I was just like, man, this man is what I don't want to call you a boy, but you wait a minute, how old are you? You was born in 2004. So yeah, you're a man, 20. Yeah. But I'm just like, wow, like your mind is so mature for your age, very mature. And I'm just like, wow. But yeah, no limitations. That's one of the things that could come with Sun trine Neptune. Now, of course, you're going to face some type of limitations because it's for your own good, but you're going to have far less limitations than people that don't have Sun trine Neptune. Like that whole saying, the sky is the limit. Yeah, basically, that's how your life can be. Can be. Doesn't mean it automatically will, because you can always, like I said, you can always squander the blessings that come from this trine. Living the glamorous life. If you wanted to live a glamorous life, you could definitely do that. Okay, she looking like, really? You talking to me? Okay. Blessings. So, in the most general sense, when you have Sun trine Neptune, expect to receive blessings. It could be blessings in a number of ways. But yeah, just consider yourself blessed. But yeah, blessings in abundance, Sun trine Neptune. And you could be, I would say, because you have blessings, now your whole aim should be to bless others as well. Grace. You will be shown grace in this lifetime. So even when you screw up, somebody might show you grace. Somebody might show you mercy. So yeah. So don't be afraid to admit that you've made a mistake. Hey, Blazing Black Dolphin. Don't be afraid to admit that you made a mistake or that you did something wrong or whatever, because a lot of times people are going to forgive you. People are going to show you grace. People are going to show you mercy. So don't even worry about it. Now, that doesn't mean go around smacking people up and like just being a trifling fool. That doesn't mean that. And you're going to get away with it. But like I said, if you're making the right decisions, everybody messes up now and then. But some people really have to pay dearly for it. But with your Sun trine Neptune, a lot of times you're going to be able to skate through it. Sympathy. People will show you sympathy in this lifetime. But I always say one turn as what's that saying, as one does to another, sign one to another. You need to show other people sympathy as well. And you might do that naturally with your Sun trine Neptune. But yeah, people will show you sympathy. And then also clemency as well. Being like, so, and vindication. So let's say that you do commit a crime or whatever. You never know. Charges could be dropped for whatever reason, because a lot of times Sun trine Neptune people will be able to get away with stuff. Riches, wealth. Now, not everybody with Sun trine Neptune is going to be wealthy automatically, but know that there's a high possibility that you will be either wealthy or at least have more than enough in terms of money. Because again, that Neptune is a planet that doesn't have limitations. Neptune is the planet that lacks boundaries. And oftentimes, when we hear of a lack of boundaries, we think in the negative sense, but think about lacking boundaries in the financial sense, in a good way. This is like billionaire type money, billionaire aspect, billionaire energy. When you're a billionaire, you basically are saying, there's no limit. Like money is not an object. Like it's just endless supply of money, and that's what Neptune can do. There's no boundaries to how much you can earn, basically. And again, this is all within reason because this is just one aspect of many in your chart. So you could have other aspects that could counteract this Sun trine Neptune if you're not careful. And an easy life. So I already mentioned that. But yes, some people with Sun trine Neptune can have a fairly easy life. And again, it also depends on what decisions you're making in life because you could always mess things up instead of taking advantage of the blessings that this trine will produce. A charmed existence. So people loving on you a lot, spoiling you, cherishing you. Basically, you're the apple of somebody's eye. And basically where you don't have to work hard because you have this charmed existence. All right, I'll wait till the next slide pops up before I go on. Let me see what y'all are saying. Ellie said, I'm so envious. I am too. Some people like that got aspects in their chart like this, Sun trine. I'd be like, man, you just don't know how lucky you are. Wait a minute. Derek is doubting himself. Derek? Oh, you said I'm not artistic at all. Oh, I beg to differ, Derek. You just haven't found your artistic gifts yet. But I'm also seeing where that Sun trine Neptune, it doesn't even have to be art for you, but I'll get into that as we when I get to your trine in particular. But yeah, I am seeing where you are more on the intellectual side of things. Asha, you said your daughter has this aspect. Well, she is blessed. She needs to thank you every day for giving birth to her on that day where the sun was in trine with Neptune. Like, that's beautiful. All right, being an icon, like you have right here, like this is that iconography. Like, this is, I think this is from like some museum in Spain or maybe France or whatever, but it's the Black Madonna with the Black baby Jesus. Being an icon. So you might be an icon at some point, or you might just do something that is iconic. Being a hero or savior. Now, I did mention the superhero energy, but also you could really be a hero. You could be a savior. I'm sure some firefighters got Sun trine Neptune because they saved people's lives, or those people that will jump in the water and pull you out because you're almost about to drown. Like they might have Sun trine Neptune because they're saving lives. The EMTs, some of them might have Sun trine Neptune because they're saving people's lives. A surgeon in the emergency room, or just a surgeon, period, he might have Sun trine Neptune because he's a hero because he's saving people's lives. Being saved or rescued. So it could go both ways. If you have Sun trine Neptune and you find yourself in some hot water, somebody might dive in and pull you out and save you. So say being saved or rescued, or you could be rescuing others. And if you ask me, that's the best way to utilize, that's one of the best ways to utilize this trine, is to, once you gain the blessings from it for yourself, use this trine to help save others in some way, shape, or form. Being a saint, which I know a lot of us aren't, but every now and then there's going to be somebody that comes on this earth and they're going to be a saint. And yes, and I'm not talking about Gandhi or Mother Teresa, because both of them were some low down, dirty terrible people. I'm talking about people we may not even know their names. They might be anonymous, but they give most of what they have to other people, and they have always put people before them and done what they could to help humanity and all that type of stuff. So yes, being a saint. You know, they made Mother Teresa a saint. I forget when they made her a saint, the Catholic Church, but I'm sure she bought that sainthood. If you haven't learned about Mother Teresa, like what she was really about, there's plenty of documentaries on YouTube that will give you the real on Mother Teresa. And she's one of the reasons too why I really be looking down on religion, because she was acting like she was doing God's work, but she was taking joy and delight in seeing these people suffer. And she said to suffer brought you closer to God, which was why she wouldn't give people who were, terminally ill or had these horrible diseases. She didn't believe in giving them pain medication. Yes, Diana, Mother Teresa was evil. And that's what I mean. These are the representatives of God that we're supposed to look up to. Really? Make it make sense. Jesus energy. So Sun trine Neptune, that's that Jesus energy. And again, even though I was harping upon religion and all that in the beginning of this live stream, I still love the story of Jesus. I think it's one of the greatest stories ever told. Just like that movie. There's a movie called The Greatest Story Ever Told, and it's about the story of Jesus' life. Now, whether Jesus was a real person or a mythological character, I believe there's a lot that you can gain and learn from the story of Jesus. So again, this is why I'm saying with my Venus and Libra in the ninth house, I'm straddling the fence, because I could still take positives from religion where I can throw the rest away and be like, yeah, I don't have to be a devout religious person, but I could still take some of the stories and I could still benefit from some of the tenets and all of that. Pisces moon said, I don't have this aspect, but I have a lot of water energy. Helping others empowers me. I feel stronger. That's what's up. So yes, Jesus energy. Now, if you got Sun trine Neptune, some person with Sun trine Neptune might even give off a look of Jesus, if you get what I'm saying. You know, that traditional Jesus look with the long hair, the hippie type of Jesus look. Yeah. So people might call the person Jesus as a joke, and they could have Sun trine Neptune in their chart. Now, making sacrifices towards a great cause. That's a big one. Acts of compassion, acts of contrition, atonement, devotion, devotees. So you could be very devoted to something or someone when you have Sun trine Neptune. But on the other hand, you could have devotees where people are devoted to you, maybe because you created your own spiritual group, or maybe you are a spiritual leader, or maybe you created a cult even, and you got devotees. All right, let me see what else y'all are saying while I wait for the image to change. Abu said the Jesus motif was a good guy, whether you're a believer or not. His story is astonishing, isn't it? I love the story of Jesus. Yes. Blazing Black Dolphin said, take everything with a grain of salt. I know that's right. Kenyatta said she was allegedly involved in messing with people's children too. You must be talking about Mother Teresa, yup. She was a scandalous woman. And I worked briefly in a Catholic school when I was working for at-risk youth, kids that had like ADHD, ODD, which is oppositional defiant disorder, all these other, issues. And I remember my client, he was in the fifth grade, and I would have to sit in school with him and just make sure that he stayed on task and made sure that he just behaved himself. Like, this is when I had a real sweet job. Like, I would just have to go to school with him and then drop him off after school, and I was getting like paid full time. It was great. Except having to deal with the Catholic school fifth grade teacher. If I saw her today, I would want to fight her. I probably wouldn't fight her, but I'd probably curse her out if I saw her ass today. Because when I tell you she was an evil, ugly, low down, dirty, stank ass bitch to those fifth graders. Oh, she was so evil. I hated her. I hated, and it was frustrating because me being a Sagittarius, I will stand up for people that can't stand up for themselves. And the fact that I couldn't stand up for these kids because it was her classroom and it was their school. Oh my God, but she was just so evil. She would call students stupid. Um, she would pick on this one girl all the time. And I felt so bad for this one girl. And see, and this is one of the issues I have again with this whole Heavenly Father thing, because now I'm getting choked up. Because one thing I don't like is when people mess with children, especially when it's a grown ass adult and they know they have power over this child and they are basic. Oh, okay. I can't even get into it because I might shed some tears because I'm like, this girl already was born with some disadvantages. She would go to school with her hair undone. She wasn't a model student. She would, get up out of her seat. She was kind of misbehaved, but you could tell because of something that was going on at home. And then she goes to school only to have her teacher be evil towards her. Oh my God. Oh, I'm just like, but this is what I mean. And this is a woman that claims to be a Catholic and she's teaching in Catholic school. And then the principal she was the head nun. She was a bitch too. I mean, it's no mistake that a lot of people talk about Catholic school teachers, those nuns being bitches, but they're supposed to be representatives of God. I remember the day we all had to go out and surround the principal. Mind you, again, she was the nun, so she wore the nun habit and everything. I remember we all had to gather around when she got her brand new car, and she had the priest bless the car. And we all had to stand around and watch. And I remember I was cursing that car while he was blessing it. Because I was like, this bitch. But anyway, yeah, I've had some experience that really left a bad taste in my mouth about religion and religious people in particular. You said that teacher probably in hell. I don't know. She might still be living. Like when she was teaching, when I was in that class, I think she was in her 60s, maybe late 50s, early 60s. She had a blockhead too. I think she was an Aries, if I'm not mistaken. She was short. She was like, I'm 5'2", and she was shorter than me. So she must have been like 4'11", maybe. So she was short. She looked like Maya Angelou, but she was very light skinned. She was like mixed. So I think she was half white, half black, but you really couldn't tell what she was. And I think that was part of her beef too. Like you're mixed, but you didn't get like you didn't get the pretty features that some mixed people got. You ended up looking like a troll, and you act like one. Yeah, I could see what. I'm just like. Anyway, I'm getting off topic. Yeah, I think she was an Aries, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, and one time she came for my client too. She was like, and you're not supposed to, put children on blast like this in a classroom. She was like, did you have your meds today? I was like, no, no, she didn't. But yeah, some people don't realize the damage they're doing to children. And I think some people do realize and they get off on it. And I think she was the latter. I think she knew the damage she was doing to these kids and she got off on it. Oh shit, I didn't even know Maya Angelou was an Aries. That's funny. She did have a face like Maya Angelou. And she had that blockhead like her. All right. Now, with Sun Trine Neptune, you could be in paradise, whether you live in paradise or you could spend ample time in paradise, whatever you consider paradise to be. I have a picture that's a cliche picture of paradise, but whatever you consider to be paradise, you could spend quite a bit of time there with Sun Trine Neptune. Great escapes. So making great escape, basically traveling at will, traveling, as much as you want to throughout the year. There's people, I don't know if any of y'all watch these travel vlogs on YouTube, but sometimes I be looking at these people like, God damn, how much money y'all got? They be traveling all over the world. Every week they're in another country. And I'm just like, and some of these people got sun trine Neptune. And sun trine Neptune, you could be good on social media too, but I think I have that in here already. Like, you could be a big time YouTuber if you have sun trine Neptune. Derek, that's something you need to keep in mind too. You could get your message out to the world via YouTube, and next thing you know, you making bank off of that YouTube channel. But yeah, great escapes. Romantic getaways. Who doesn't like a romantic getaway? Even if somebody's lying to you, that weekend can just be one of the best weekends of your life. Like, just lie to me and tell me you love me while we're sitting under this palm tree and drinking Mai Tais and all that type of stuff. Like, who wouldn't want a nice little romantic getaway? I don't think I've ever had a romantic getaway. Have I? No. I've had my own romantic getaways with myself, but I never had one with a man where we on some beach somewhere, like really living it up. Nope. It's kind of sad in a way, but I guess you can't have it all. Island living. So you might have been born on an island, or you might go to islands. Wait a minute, weren't you born? Yeah, you was born in Puerto Rico, weren't you, Derek? I think you was born. You said I love travel videos, and I've traveled internationally twice. Yes, and you're going to be traveling much more throughout your life. You're still real young, but Derek, yeah, you were born in Puerto Rico, right? So being born on an island, or living on an island, or just having that island lifestyle, yes, because Neptune rules islands. Neptune rules tropical locales. So yes, so that fits. Yes. The ability to travel at will. So I already said that. Interdimensional travel. So this is where we get a little out there. You said people in Japan rent themselves all the time. Wait a minute, rent themselves? Diana said, I'm sure there's someone in Japan. Oh, shoot, I could get down with a cute Japanese dude. I sure can. Shoot, I might have to look that up. You know what, man? I'm not even gonna say it because I don't want to put it out there, but I kind of do. But okay, I'll just say this. Japan is on my bucket list. I will say that. Yes. But I don't know when it's going to happen just yet. But yeah. And I might vlog that trip if I do end up going to Japan in the next year or so. But it is on my bucket list. But interdimensional travel. And again, when you got sun trine Neptune, you could do some things that other people cannot do, such as traveling through different dimensions, whether you want to believe that or not. But I do believe that that's possible. I believe that there's a lot that's possible that we're not even aware of just yet. Now, you could say this interdimensional travel could occur through dreams. And if you got sun trine Neptune, you could have the ability to lucid dream, where you are basically dreaming, where basically you're like conscious while you are in the dream state, and where you can kind of control what happens in your dreams and all that type of stuff. But yeah, I do believe that interdimensional travel is possible, not for everybody, but for some select individuals. And this could even be how some people get ideas for inventions. Have you ever thought about that? Like, you got to wonder sometimes, where do these inventions come from? How did they know about microscopic organisms before we were able to see them with a microscope? You know what I mean? How do we know about all this stuff? How do we know about, like, how did the Dogon in Africa, the Dogon is a tribe in is it Mali, Africa? They knew about the Sirius star. How did they know about the Sirius star and they didn't even have telescopes? Interdimensional travel. Now, does time travel exist? I don't know, but I'm thinking if you can do this interdimensional travel, that could also include time travel, I would think. because I am thinking that everything is here that was and that will be. I believe it's always just here. You know what they say with the law of thermodynamics, energy cannot be created or destroyed. Yeah. So I do believe that that's possible. DK, the god, said, I have too many lucid dreams. Sun in Virgo, sextile, Capricorn, Neptune. Yeah. That sextile can do the same thing. So I would say use that lucid dreaming to your advantage and start trying to create dreams of things that you really want to do. One thing I've noticed with my Sun Neptune conjunction, coupled with my Capricorn moon rising. So my ascendant is in Capricorn, my moon in Capricorn is in the first house, conjoined to the ascendant. And then I have Sun conjunct Neptune in Sagittarius. I noticed that if I really visualize certain things happening in my life, and if I really start to live it, case in point, I was always into like seas and ships and stuff like that. And I used to watch these YouTube videos about ships at sea, all types of ships, the container ships, warships, naval ships, cruise ships. I really started to get into cruise ship, and this is before I even took a cruise. I started to really watch cruise videos. And this is before I even had any interest upon taking a cruise. Next thing you know, I'm going on cruises left and right when I didn't even have it in my mind before to take a cruise. I was actually kind of scared of that type of thing. Now I don't have no fear of it whatsoever. I can't wait to get back on the ocean. Like, I can't wait. Like, I love being at sea. But do you see how it had to start with me visualizing it first and then actually watching videos? And then, like, I just kept, like, all of that was like surrounding me constantly. Other things that I visualize happening in my life, I've been able to manifest. And I'm like, damn, yeah, I really did that. So, yeah, visualization is so important when you're trying to manifest stuff. And if you have connections to Neptune, like conjunctions, sextiles, trines, even oppositions, you can manifest things through visualization. So definitely try to manifest through your dreams, DK. Meditation produces positive results. So the more you meditate on things, especially things that you want to happen in your life. Now, some people might want to use prayer instead. And again, even all that I said about, religion and all this stuff, I also believe that prayer works still, especially if you have positive aspects involving Neptune or positive aspects involving planets in Pisces. Prayer does work. Now, who are you praying to? That's what you got to figure out. You could be praying to a guardian angel. You could be praying to an ancestor. You could be praying to this figure called God, whatever you make God to be. But I say you need to have something that you're praying. Like, don't just pray, but pray. It could be to your deceased grandmother. You could ask her for help with whatever you're trying to accomplish or whatever like that. But I do believe in the power of prayer, especially for people that got Pisces energy and Neptune energy, because basically prayer is like it's like meditation. It's kind of the same, but prayer is more about asking for things. Why not do that while you're meditating? Now, the use of psychedelics produces positive results. Now, not everybody is into drugs, not everybody's into alcohol, but for those that are, if you have Sun trine Neptune, you might end up being a psychonaut. Some of them, some people that like to trip on mushrooms or LSD or, old fashioned Mary Jane marijuana, they might have Sun trine Neptune, and it might really help to enhance their experiences. It might help them to even gain enlightenment in some cases. So, yeah, being a psychonaut, very Sun trine Neptune. Oh, what's that other drug some people swear by? Ketamine. Ketamine is another one that some people swear by, like it helped them to get over depression and whatever else they were, anxiety and stuff like that. So some people with Sun trine Neptune, they might have gotten better through the use of ketamine. There's another drug, and I think this is legal. I forget what it's called. Damn, what is it called? I forget what it's called, but it's some other drug that people claim helps them to get right or whatever like that. Being a water baby, Sun trine Neptune can produce people that are lovers of the water. Like maybe from the time that they're a baby, they're thrown into a pool and they start swimming like a little fish. So people that love the water, people that just take to the water like a fish, could have Sun trine Neptune, some of them. So swimming and water sports, that could be surfing, jet skiing, diving, snorkeling, scuba diving. If you love that stuff, you could have Sun trine Neptune. Also cruising, sailing, boating, yachting, voyages, life at sea, such as being in the Navy or being a fisherman. That could be very Sun trine Neptune. And again, because it's a trine, this would be something ashwagandha, not that one, but there's another one, not finna, but there's another one. I forget what it's called. And again, I think you can get it at smoke shops and stuff, but I forget what they call it. It might begin with a K. Kratom or kratom or something. Kratom. I think that's how you spell it. NJ says shrooms help with depression and self-esteem issues. Yeah, so some people with Sun trine Neptune, yeah, that's the one, Renee, I'm looking for. CBD is another one. Some people with Sun trine Neptune, they might find CBD to be effective. They might find ashwagandha to be effective, kratom, and all that other stuff. Fishing. So if you love to fish, you could have Sun trine Neptune. And water could have a healing and soothing effect. For people that have Sun trine Neptune, Sun conjunct Neptune, Sun sextile Neptune, being around water could really have a healing and soothing effect. I know with me, with my Sun conjunct Neptune, I love being around water. I'm not a big swimmer. I know how to swim. And if somebody threw me in the water, I could tread water where I wouldn't drown. But I'm not crazy about really being underwater. But I like being on ships. I like just being right where the ocean is and you could just see the wave. I just love it. It just makes me feel so free. And it just puts me in this spiritual space. And it makes me like, it opens me up emotionally and everything. One of the things I noticed on the cruises I've been on, like a few of them, like I've shed some tears. Sometimes it's been over having a conversation with somebody. Sometimes it's just been tears of joy. But it's something about the ocean. Well, it's the water. The water just opens you up emotionally. For some people, that's not a good thing because, you know, the negative emotions really start to come to the forefront. But yeah, but that's what I tell people if they're new to a cruise. I'm like, it's going to open you up emotionally. Refuge. So when you got Sun trine Neptune, you could be given refuge. Let's say you happen to be in a war-torn country and you're able to get out and you go to another country and that country provides refuge. That can be Sun trine Neptune. Seclusion. Working in seclusion or living in seclusion can be very Sun trine Neptune. Insulation, as you see here in this image, this guy is laying down insulation because Neptune rules insulation. So it could be this insulation, like the literal insulation, but really what I'm saying is insulating yourself from hardships or potential hardships or from potential struggles. Neptune has that power of encasing you in like this bubble where a lot can't harm you like it can harm other people. It like basically shelters you from outside, the cruel, harsh world. And this is why it could be dangerous too, this Neptune energy. But tonight I'm talking more so about the positive. But yeah, sometimes too much insulation can be a bad thing. But especially if we're talking about financial insulation, remember I said that power of Neptune it's basically showing you there's no limits, there's no boundaries when it comes to money if we're dealing with money. So money is no object. The sky is the limit. And again, living a sheltered life, you could have Sun trine Neptune. Like Derek said, he's lived a sheltered life, and that's because he has Sun trine Neptune. He not only has Sun trine Neptune, he got Venus, Sun, Venus, and his ascendant trine Neptune. Like with that, and I will tell you, Derek, you could have it so easy with those trines that you might not have that oomph. You might not have that fire within you to really push yourself to maximize those trines. Your life could be so pleasant that you really don't work hard for anything. And that's where you could do yourself a disservice. Trines can make people too complacent. They can make people lazy even. So there'll be times, Derek, when you're going to have to consciously work against the tendency to just be instead of do. Because with the trines with your Neptune, yeah, you could just be and be good and be fine. But no, I believe part of your purpose is to actually do something with these trines instead of just be laying out on the beach or just be chilling at home or just even studying astrology or whatever. You got to ask yourself, how can you make the most of these trines and how you can maximize their potential and really contribute to society in some way, shape, or form. But again, you got time. You're still very young. So I don't want you to feel like you got pressure to like figure things out just yet. You got plenty of time. But yeah, don't allow these trines to just lay kind of dormant and just give you the bare minimum. You definitely want to maximize them. Derek said, I agree. Fire is weak in my chart. I only have Pluto in Sagittarius, but it's not a personal planet. Exactly. So with that, Derek, it would help to have some friends or family members that you're cool with that have fire in their charts and also some earth energy as well. Because the fire is going to help keep you motivated. It's going to help you to have some initiative. At least, again, it will be coming from friends or whatever. They'll help to push you. And then the earth energy that will help you to remain practical, security oriented, and it'll help you to really think about material gain, money. I hate that this world has to be so much dependent upon money, but it is what it is. And unfortunately, I was one of those people because largely due to my Sun conjunct Neptune, where I really didn't want to be that person that was always chasing after money and where I was always like money, money, money. And now I have to be about money, 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 especially nowadays with the prices of things just going up. It's just crazy. But yeah, everything has to be about money, 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 money. So you could be as spiritual as you want, but you still got to have money. So definitely want to make sure that you get some skills where you could turn it into money making opportunities. Release. So with Sun trine Neptune, you could experience times in your life where you are dealing with a release of something that you might consider to be a burden, a release maybe from some type of servitude, what have you. And for some Sun trine Neptune people, they could have an early retirement. So that could be you, Derek. You might spend maybe the next 25 years of your life, maybe 30 years of your life, because you'll still be what? If you're 20 now, 30, you'll be 50. You could be retiring at 50. If you do the work in a 30-year span from now till 50, and then you live in high off the hog, just reaping the benefits. And then this is when you could start really giving back to society once you turn 50 and you've already accomplished a lot. You have plenty of money. And now the rest of your life, you're basically blessing others. That's how you could do it. Derek said, I should be more social, but I don't trust anyone. Not with those Pluto oppositions I have in my chart. Sun and Venus opposition Pluto and Pluto in the sun. Well, remember I told you, Derek, I said, you're doing a good thing by not being trusting, because this world is full of vultures, wolves, and vampires. And I don't want to dwell on the negativity with this live stream, but you do have to operate like most people aren't to be trusted. That's just the way it is. Because if you go around thinking you could trust the average person, you're going to get burnt. Trust and believe. I had to learn the hard way. I used to be way too nice. I used to be way too trusting. Derek, do you have the 28th degree anywhere in your chart? While waiting for your answer, I have Venus at the 28th degree of Libra. That 28 alone can make you too trusting. And I had to learn the hard way that you can't trust that. I don't care if it's family. If they haven't really proved to you that they can be trusted, don't trust them either. And sometimes you gotta be a high riding bitch to get through this life. Sometimes you do. Sometimes you just have to be kind of standoffish. Sometimes you, especially if you have those oppositions involving Pluto. I have a Pluto opposition in my chart, Derek. And again, I found out the hard way how bad that opposition can be. So yeah, you're doing the right thing. Now, there will come a time where you probably will have to start trusting people just to make money and stuff like that. But you should always have some type of guard up, always with that Pluto opposition or those Pluto oppositions. Yes, this live is being saved. Yep. All right. So living off the grid or in a remote area. So remember I said seclusion is a theme for Sun trine Neptune. So some people with this trine, they might use it to live off the grid or live in a remote area far away from civilization because they just don't like people or they just like seclusion. So that could be another possibility. All right, let's see what else y'all are saying. Derek, yes, you said midheaven at the 28th degree of Aquarius. Yes. So with that 28, you can't be too trusting with the outside world in general, but including like in your profession, people you come across, all that, you just got to be very careful. Don't trust people too readily. Isaac, you said your moon is at the 28th degree. Yeah. Same with you. You can't be too trusting. Same with you, Josie, with your Pluto at the 28th degree. You can't be too trusting either. All right, so let's talk about artistic expression, Sun trine Neptune. So this could be the visual arts, painting, sketching, sculpting, but also music. Being a musician, very Sun trine Neptune. It could be any instrument. Hey, it could even be spoons. You ever see them country people? They be playing the spoons on their knee. What happened? That's a dying art. The spoon playing. I was like the South, Georgia, Alabama. They on the porch with the spoon. But yeah, you could make music with your mouth. Make the music with your mouth, biz. Be a beatboxer. Basically, you're a walking piece of art. Your artistic expression. So again, Derek, I know you got something in you artistically that you haven't tapped into yet. And I'm not saying it's necessary that you do, but you definitely got something. And it might take someone else to bring it out of you. Dance. So being a dancer, being a musician, being an artist, a painter, a sketcher, a sculptor, all of this Sun trine Neptune. And this can be the way that you basically make people say, wow, or you'd be like, wow, she's amazing. Wow, he is so wonderful. Performance art, cosmetology. So if you wanted to get into cosmetology, be a hairstylist, a makeup artist, do lashes, brows, what have you, be an esthetician. Sun trine Neptune is really good for that. Modeling, Sun trine Neptune is good for modeling. Pageantry, participating or competing in pageants. It's great for the stage. It's great for being an actor. It's great at playing make-believe. Being in costume is very Sun trine Neptune. Being a healer, working in the medical field is a big one. Derek, are you drawn to anything? Okay, Derek said, I want to learn to play the piano um, and electric guitar. I'm mesmerized by the electric guitar. Well, I would say start doing it now, Derek. For real. Even if you just do it as a hobby, definitely want to get the most out of these trines that you could possibly get, especially because you got that Sun conjunct Venus. Like that's built for music. Now, being a healer, working in the medical field. So, Derek, are you drawn to science or the medical field? Derek said, my mother is into cosmetology and she's planning to be an esthetician in the future. And you know, Sun trine Neptune has a lot to do with your mother because don't you have the Pisces midheaven? No, you said Aquarius. Wait a minute. You said 28th degree Aquarius, but you also have Pisces in that 10th house, right? So that trine deals with your mom in addition to you, too. So it makes sense that she's a cosmetologist and she wants to be an esthetician in the future. Yep. So yeah, Derek, have you ever thought about working in medicine or science? Because Sun trine Neptune is good for working in the field of medicine, but also science. Hannah said, my daughter has this aspect and she plays the violin and she wants to be a doctor. Oh, yes. Please encourage her to do both. She could be in the orchestra and she could be in that emergency room saving lives. People with Sun trine Neptune can be very versatile, multifaceted in terms of their skill set. You said my mother is a Pisces. I have Pisces intercepted in the 10th. Yes. So you see how that Sun trine Neptune with Neptune ruling Pisces has a lot to do with your mother in addition to yourself as well. So your Sun trine Neptune deals with your mother being a cosmetologist, but also just that Pisces intercepted in that 10th house and her wanting to be an esthetician. Also, being a massage therapist or a Reiki practitioner, that's very good when you have Sun trine Neptune. Because when you have Sun trine Neptune, you're basically born with natural healing capabilities. Now, not everybody's going to use that Sun trine Neptune to be a healer, but just know that the potential is there, especially when you take the signs into account. All right. Let me see. Layla said, not to be that person, but Rahbinah, which careers could be suitable for a Sun trine Neptune native who also has Sag having conjunct Pluto in the 10th? Hmm. You said, what's your sun sign? That Pluto in the 10th with the Sag heaven, the first thing I'm thinking about on a lower level would be social work, some type of social work if you really care about people. But if we're talking about social work, it would have to be where you end up being like the director or you're actually like the head of a nonprofit organization. You might even create your own. Madam 25 says Sun and Gemini trine Neptune and Aquarius going to school for surgical tech. Well, that's how you maximize that trine. That's what I'm talking about. And you'll probably really enjoy it because it's a trine. You'll probably take to it like a fish to water, which is really good. All right. You see, I got the shoe here. So some more possible career paths. So making, repairing, selling shoes. So if you're into fashion, you're into shoes in particular, might want to start either making shoes or you could create a shoe store, shoe boutique, or you might repair shoes. That's a good way to maximize that Sun trine Neptune. Operating a lingerie boutique. Hey, you can have your own little Victoria's Secret, or it could be Veronica's Secret. It could be Vinny's Lies or something like that. And next thing you know, you giving Victoria's Secret some competition because Neptune rules the unmentionables, like your little intimate garments, your lingerie, your bustiers, your garter belts, and all that stuff. Or you could just operate a fashion boutique too. Or you could become a fashion designer with Sun Trine Neptune. You could be a jeweler. Either you could be a jeweler or you might have a jeweler. If you have your own jeweler, that means you're doing good. That means you're making bank. Like, I gotta call up my jeweler and see if my ring is ready. Like, I can't even imagine, but I need to make that one of my goals. Maybe in my 50s, I might have my own personal jeweler. Oh yeah, yes, Michael, I need to bring this ring in because I need to get it shined like immediately. I have an event to attend and I gotta be sparkling, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, a jeweler, because if we're talking about jewels, that's very Neptune. Now, marine biologist, now we're getting into the science. So science is very Neptune. You got Uranus too, which is science as well. Now, Neptune would be more so like marine biologist or being a chemist. That's very Neptune. But also going back to the field of medicine, working in pediatrics in particular, because the sun rules children. So being a pediatric doctor or pediatrician, being a pediatric nurse, being a pediatric physician's assistant, very sun trine Neptune. Working in the oil or petroleum industries. Now we're dealing with more so blue collar, but actually you don't even gotta be blue collar. You could be part of the executive team. You could work for Exxon Mobil or what's the other one? BP, British Petroleum, and you're one of the executives. You're chief financial operator, but you got Sun Trine Neptune because that's representing, yeah, you work in the oil industry. Being a spa owner or operator, those med spas they have, or, you could just have a regular spa. That's a good profession, good business for Sun Trine Neptune as well. Soothing people, making people feel relaxed, making people feel at ease, making people feel like they are at a retreat, or even owning and operating a retreat, a hotel retreat establishment. That's very Sun Trine Neptune. So a resort owner or manager, very Sun Trine Neptune. All right, let's see what else y'all gonna say. We have some blessed people in this chat. We got people with Sun Trine Neptune, Sun Sextile Neptune. I'm just like, wow. Layla said, I've been singing since I was 11. I always dreamt of becoming a performing artist like Aaliyah. It's never too late. Never too much, never too much. Hey, Marcus. Yes, I wish I had this aspect too. Look, if I had Sun Trine Neptune, I would be a millionaire already. I would. I know that. I would be a millionaire, but obviously the universe had other plans for me. All right. So Sun Trine Neptune is good for owning a bar or being a bartender. Some bartenders, they make bank. Especially like you be in a high-end area at a bar, like you making mad money with tips. You doing these private parties and stuff, making bank. So yeah, don't look down on a bartender. Some of these bartenders and waitresses and waiters, they make bank at the fine dining establishments and by doing events like weddings and other parties and stuff like that. Don't sleep on the bartender. And the bartender, he also doubles as a therapist too. So yeah. So the bartender, think about it. Even though alcohol can be problematic, alcohol also has a soothing effect. It causes people to loosen up, right? And then in some cases, alcohol can even have a healing effect at times. Like back in the day when people would get the flu, people would be like, take a shot of rock and rye, or here's some rum, or whatever like that. So yeah, even though alcohol can be problematic, there's still some benefits. And I like to get my drink on every now and then. I'm not a drinker like that, but I tell you what, when I do be going on those cruises, yes, I get my drink on because I like to get loose. And the bartender, he helps you to get loose. And that's why I love them. Derek said, tell me why I've actually thought about being a bartender. You should, Derek. At least do it temporarily. Like that's how you could just have some money in your pocket. And that's a skill that you can always use anytime. Like maybe you have a business and the business ain't really performing like you want it to be. You could go and start doing bartending again. Yeah. Apple said get loose. Okay. But yes, definitely do it. All right, being a fishmonger. Going to like the fish market, you see the person, scaling the fish and all that type of stuff. Hey, if fish is your thing, you got Sun Trine Neptune, you could make mad money being a fishmonger or just having a fish market selling the shrimp and the flounder and the whiting and the red snapper. I love me some red snapper and the salmon and the crabs and the lobster and what else? The clams and the oysters. Yeah. All right. And then careers involving the sea. So this could be fishermen. I already mentioned fishermen, pilots, the ones that drive the boats, like the tugboats and stuff, and the ones that help the big ships come into dock. Pilots, captains, dock workers, longshoremen, deep sea divers. So you see the guys working on the dock. Some of them are going to have Sun Trine Neptune, especially the ones that really enjoy their jobs. The captain of a cruise ship, he could have Sun Trine Neptune, especially if he really enjoys what he does. Because again, with that trine, the trine is basically representing harmony, it's basically representing free flowing energy. And a lot of the times, the trine does deal with things that you enjoy doing and things that come easily to you. Being a painter. Now, I already mentioned painting in terms of artists, but there's the other profession, painting, like painting houses, painting rooms and stuff like that. Don't sleep on the painters either. Have you ever tried to paint a house or paint a wall? I remember I painted the bathroom in this house that I was living in when I lived in Philly. And that shit looks easier than it actually is. And that bathroom was pretty small. And I remember that job, well, it took a lot, but I got it done. But yeah, don't sleep on the painters. So making money as a painter, hey, go for it. Being a chemist or a lab technician is another one. You collecting the DNA samples and you doing the whole because I used to be a chemistry major, so I know about the pipettes. That's what I think it was called the pipettes. And then you had to put the serum in the centrifuge, and then we had to work with the bovine serum and stuff like that. I know a little bit about chemistry, just a little bit from being a chemistry major briefly. But then once I found out that there was so much math and chemistry, I was like, to hell with this. Let me see what else. Hey, Moonlight. All right, we're on the next slide. So, being a nun or a monk. So now we're going to go more towards the spiritual end. So, some people, they don't want to live an ordinary life. And when you got Sun Trine Neptune, there's a high chance your life will not be ordinary. And some people, because they rather live a very secluded, spiritually centered life, they could use that Sun Trine Neptune to be a nun or a monk or a priest, you could say, or a spiritual leader, a magician or illusionist, a shaman, high priest or high priestess, creating or joining a cult or secret society or being a member. And this is one thing you have to keep in mind about trines and other positive aspects like the sextile and in some cases the conjunction. You could have a trine in your chart, and that trine could be why you shoot yourself in the foot, especially if it's involving Neptune. So now I'm going to get a little negative right here. Now, remember, I said the trines in your chart, if you're not careful, they can make you too complacent. They can even make you lazy because things are handed to you, things come to you rather easily. But a trine can also make you feel so good about someone, so good about something that you're going to attach yourself to it, or you're going to join in with it. And next thing you know, now you're trapped, or now, all your money has been taken, or what have you. So a person with Sun trine Neptune, they could end up joining a cult because it feels so good and it fulfills that Neptune that they are in connection with. And next thing you know, they done gave all their money away. Their family doesn't, they don't deal with their family anymore. Their family is worried sick about them. And then next thing you know, they are part of a whole suicide pact because they believe some aliens are coming down to rescue them through a comet. I'm talking about the Heaven's Gate cult, if you know anything about that. But no, you could have Sun trine Neptune and be in a cult, and everything could be lovely for maybe the first 5 years. And then in year 6, that's when shit starts hitting the fan. You realize that the cult leader is a fraud. But that still doesn't take away from the lovely experiences you had while you were in that cult, which is still represented by Sun trine Neptune. So you see how you could have something that is inherently negative, but you could still derive some benefits from it. Like, for instance, the cult leader might be a fraud. He might be a low down, dirty dog, but through being in that cult, you might have learned some spiritual values. You might have learned how to meditate. You might have made some friends. So there was still things to benefit from it. Like in terms of my ex relationship or my exes, even though the shit didn't work out and I looked down on most of them, I could still be like, damn, I gained from that relationship. Damn, I did, if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have did this or whatever like that. So there could still be some things to gain by being in a cult. Now, is being in a cult ideal? No, you really don't want to be a cult member. But some people, they really want to be part of something bigger than themselves. So if being part of a cult is going to fulfill that Sun trine Neptune for them, and maybe they can be in that cult and come out of it unscathed, hey, if it works for them, go for it. But again, you got to be careful with this energy because, again, if somebody is playing that role of Neptune and you got Sun trine Neptune, here they come being this cult person, and you're believing everything they're saying, and it sounds so good and it makes you feel so good because that Sun trine Neptune is being activated in your chart. It could be really easy to be sucked into a bad situation, and it could be hard to find your way out. So again, trines can sometimes be what I'll say insidious. That's a good word to use. Trines can sometimes be insidious because, again, you could totally gravitate to something represented by that trine, but it end up not being good for you in the long run. Layla said, would a civil engineer be a suitable role for Sun trine Neptune individuals? It could be, especially if Neptune is in Capricorn. Like, and Sun is in Virgo or Taurus. I would say especially Virgo because of the civil. But yeah, but engineer in and of itself, that's an Aries profession. So you want to, if you're going to be an engineer, it would help to have some planets in Aries or to be an Aries rising. Case in point, my stepfather, he's an engineer. He's an Aries sun. He's an Aries rising, and he has Sun and Venus in Aries in his first house. Like, that's as engineer as you're going to get. And he's been an engineer all his professional life. Like, that's who he is. So it would help to have some Aries energy up in there. It would also help to have a strong Mars, and then that Sun trine Neptune could basically represent the type of engineer or the type of work environment you're in or the type of work that you're performing. Oh, but being a missionary, that's another Sun trine Neptune. And again, this is where being a missionary may not be ideal. Oh, you said, wait a minute. Oh, YGP. Oh, you're saying how would Sun trine Neptune work in a synastry? Oh, that's a really good trine to have in synastry. It can basically deal with where there's a high level of devotion coming from the person with the Neptune. It can also mean that the person with the Neptune is going to spoil the other person. And basically, but it may not be good for both parties because sometimes in synastry, you'll see a positive aspect, but it's more for one of the person's benefit than the other. So, case in point, if you got Sun trine Neptune, usually the person with the Sun is benefiting more from that aspect than the person with the Neptune. Because the person with the Neptune, they're basically, you could say they're blessing the person that has the Sun, if that makes any sense. Diana said, I'm an Aries rising, but I could never be an engineer. Well, that's good because the signs are multifaceted. So Aries deals with a bunch of different professions, not just engineer. Engineer is just one of the professions for Aries. So yeah, while you may not see yourself being an engineer, you could have another Aries that definitely sees themselves as such. All right, next, some more professions. Oh no, this is just more so successful mergers. So Sun trine Neptune can play out as a successful merger, creating a line of cosmetics or skincare products. So if you wanted to go into business, Sun trine Neptune is good for going into the cosmetics business or the skincare business, or where you're creating some type of like ointment, lotion, things like solution, things like that, concoctions, all that. Photography and filmmaking is big with Sun trine Neptune. So you could get into photography, Derek, if you wanted to, or you might decide to go into filmmaking, or you might just be a film buff with Sun trine Neptune. Also, creating a nonprofit organization or foundation, and especially for children, again, with the Sun ruling children. But it doesn't always have to be children because let's say that the Sun is in Cancer. It could be a nonprofit organization for mothers or just for women in general. Now, great for being a YouTuber, Instagrammer, or TikToker. So, Derek, again, if you ever wanted to make some money, passive income, think about creating a YouTube channel. You don't even have to show your face. There's plenty of people who have made it big without even showing their face. Because I know that's one of people's main concerns when somebody suggests, oh, you should start a YouTube channel. People will be like, oh, I don't like how I look on camera. I can't put myself out there. And I'm like, you don't even got to put your face on there. Matter of fact, some of y'all might know this YouTuber, Penguin Zero. He also is known as Charlie. And what's the other? I forget his other name. But anyway, he has over 1 million subscribers. He has like 10 million. He's one of the bigger YouTubers. And for the first 9 years of his channel, I don't even think he showed his face. And he got the bulk of his subscribers before he was one of those gamers. Like he would stream and stuff, him playing video games. And then he started to add his commentary more and stuff. And then years later, he finally revealed his face. But that was after he got a lot of subscribers. So again, great for being a YouTuber, Instagrammer, or TikToker. Being a fashion designer, I already mentioned that. Creating a line of beverages. So if you wanted to go into the beverage industry, create a line of your own flavored waters, or creating a line of beer, or creating a line of sodas, creating a line of root beer. I love me some root beer. That could be Sun trine Neptune as well. Oh, you're welcome. software development, you're going to want to have some Aquarius in there, but also Scorpio and Taurus as well is good for that. But the software itself, that's Aquarius, Uranus energy. And then if we're talking about development, that would be more so on the Taurus end. Even like programming is on the Taurus end, but also Scorpio is good for software development as well. If you have a combination of those signs, it's good. And then to have some Gemini in there as well is also. Oh, as you can see, I got Scarface up in here because Sun trine Neptune is also going to help out people who are criminally minded. So that's something to keep in mind. The criminally minded can benefit from Sun trine Neptune as well as any trine or sextile or conjunction that they have in their chart. And this is another reason why, hey, Mac, this is another reason why I got beef with the so-called biblical God. Because I'm like, God blesses the good and evil. And it seems like the evil are blessed more so than the good a lot of times. But again, if you just understand the way this world works, and if you kind of get rid of that idea that there's this heavenly father that's controlling everything, then things really start to make sense. Because down here, it's about the strong survives. It's about survival of the fittest. And the fittest does not equate to goodness. Fittest basically means who got the deepest pockets, who got the juice, who got all the power. And if they got to get it through evil means, that's what they do. And they are able to remain on top, like these people that are part of the 1% that are controlling everything. Do you think they're scared of losing their lofty position because they're evil? No, because they understand that when we're on earth, they can become their own God. They can become God. This is basically how these people think. The elite, they basically are playing the role of God, and we basically let them collectively for whatever reason. I guess because nobody feels like they could go up against these people, or we just don't have that unification that's needed to knock these people off of their lofty position. But yeah, these are the gods of this earth, these elite, and that's how they're able to do what they do. You could call them devils too, but it's basically one and the same once you get up that level. But yeah, this is how they can continue to perpetuate evil and nothing ever happens to them. They live long lives too. Like the Rockefeller dude, I think he was over 100 when he died. But again, make it make sense. And what do they say? They say the good die young. Why do they say that? Like, come on, make it make sense. And the only reason, or I'll say one of the few reasons that people still hold on to this religion is out of fear. It's out of fear, and also hope. It's fear and hope. Fear that they're going to be sent to hell if they do something wrong, and hope that they're going to heaven, hoping that there's some better place than this earth. That's what keeps religion alive. Hope and fear. Getting away with murder. Now, if you got Sun trine Neptune, you could get away with murder. I mean, literally. Maybe not in every case, but for some people, yes. And it could even be you face you're on trial. You're facing a jury, and somehow, some way you get acquitted, even though you know you did it, they know you did it, but somehow you get acquitted. Now, you might get acquitted off of insanity. You might be not guilty by reason of insanity. It might be that. But hell, you got away with murder. Ellie said they believe just in case hell exists, right? But imagine, think about how twisted that is. The only reason why some people are doing good is because they're afraid of going to hell, or because they have hopes of getting to heaven one day. To me, that's not cool. Like, that's the only reason why you're treating people with respect and dignity and stuff like that, is because you're trying to make it to heaven, or you're afraid of going to hell. That's crazy, like, when you really think about it. Even though you can't even prove that these places exist. Now, also, You could be a great con artist if you have Sun trine Neptune. So ease in fooling or scamming people. Also, ignorance is bliss. So you could be blissfully unaware. You could be oblivious to a lot of what's going on. And it could be because you got Sun trine Neptune and you don't got to deal with a lot of worries because you're just ignorant. Ease in getting alcohol or drugs, and also attracting enablers. So again, like I said, this Sun trine Neptune can help to fulfill negative desires as well, or things that might feel good in the short term, but that are going to do you in the long term. So yeah, in the beginning, you might be the life of the party because you like to get your drink on. And when you go to the party, the alcohol is just flowing freely. And everywhere you go, people are pouring liquor in your cup and all that. Or everywhere you go, people are handing you drugs and stuff. And oh, it's all a party until, let's say, 7 years down the line. Now you're in back of a 7-Eleven slobbing some dirty ass knob just to get $5 for some crack. But it all started off beautiful because you have Sun trine Neptune. But again, gotta be careful with that trine. Sometimes these trines can make things seem really good in the beginning, and then it's basically a form of entrapment, and you get yourself in a predicament that you didn't want to be in. So you gotta be careful. And you could be a successful drug dealer with Sun trine Neptune. Now, on one hand, the drug dealer could be legitimized, like you could be a pharmacist, because pharmacy is a good way to manifest the energy of Sun trine Neptune. But you could be a street pharmacist as well. And because you got Sun trine Neptune, you done made millions in the game. But at what cost? Are you always looking behind your back? Or you can't trust anybody because you're in that drug game? You're afraid that your own brother might do you in one day. Like again, Sun trine Neptune is beautiful, but depending on what you do with that trine, you could still make things ugly in your life. So yeah, it's not all roses all the time. I mean, just look how Scarface landed. I would say in Scarface, if you ever seen the movie featuring Al Pacino, I would say he would be a perfect representative of Sun trine Neptune. Number one, he was born in Cuba, right? So an island. Remember I said island people, Sun trine Neptune? And then he was able to get refuge in the United States when Castro was kicking out all the criminals. So he made it to Miami, the refuge, that Sun trine Neptune. Then he gets into the drug game, Sun trine Neptune, and becomes very successful at it. And then he has all the cocaine he could possibly hope for. He's a big cokehead. Towards the end of the movie, you see this mountain of cocaine on his desk and he's just snorting it all up. So remember, I said Sun trine Neptune, you could get drugs very easily. But you look how he turned out. Sosa, he betrayed Sosa. Sosa sent his boys to assassinate him. And that's how he went out. So again, not every Sun trine Neptune story has a happy ending. So you got to be careful. Say hello to my little friend. For my younger viewers, if you've never seen Scarface, definitely gotta watch Scarface. It's one of the best movies. Now, also, you could be a hobo, a vagabond, or a drifter if you have Sun trine Neptune. And I'm not talking about one of those hobos or vagabonds where they're always struggling. I'm talking about the ones that are hopping trains, that have no care in the world, that where they just live this life. They're getting, donations from people on the street because they don't have no problem begging people for coins and stuff like that. So you want to live a life as a hobo, a happy hobo, happy hippie type of person, hey, if you got Sun trine Neptune, you could even make that happen as well. When it gets cold, you just move to a warmer state. When it gets warmer again, you just come back. Harry Hippie. Bobby Womack had this song called Harry Hippie. Makes me think of Sun trine Neptune. He said, lies asleep in the shade. Life don't bug him because he thinks he's got it made. He's never worried about anything particular. Oh, he might even sell free press on Sunset. Yeah. He said, I like to help a man when he's down, but I can't help you, Harry, if you want to sleep on the ground. But yeah, Harry Hippie, he was Sun Trine Neptune all day. Like, he didn't have a care in the world. But the way Bobby Womack told it, he did have a wife and kid at home. And Bobby was telling him he need to help his wife put the food on the table. But yeah, so that's what I mean. Like, you could have this easy life, but at what cost? You could be neglecting something, which is also a Neptune manifestation. Yes, Abu. Yes, there's a difference between a hobo and homeless. Hobos, they tend to do pretty well without having a home. They can basically be more of a drifter, go from place to place, being spoiled or kept. So, things are just handed to you in life. You don't got to work hard. You may not even start working until you become well into your adult years, 18, 19, 20, or what have you. All right, Derek. So here is some information about your trine in particular. So you have Sun in Gemini, trine Neptune in Aquarius, Sun in the first, Neptune in the ninth. And this trine explains why you are so bright. Well, there you go. Derek said, I should have asked what Sun trine Neptune represents in terms of the father. My father was prominent in the drug game. Remember, I told you, in Puerto Rico. So your dad was like a Scarface. He was just in Puerto Rico instead of Cuba. A lot of my family members have been involved in drug trafficking. Well, there it is. Sun trine Neptune. That's your dad being the drug kingpin. Yep. So yeah. And it could also do it where he had it easy in some ways. Like, he might have even had some charges on him and the charges got dropped for whatever reason. All right. So spiritual enlightenment, Derek, this is one of the things you can gain from Sun in Gemini, trine Neptune in Aquarius, and you definitely are on that path of spiritual enlightenment. Also, creative genius, channel into writing and speaking. And the reason why I'm saying writing and speaking is because your sun is ruling your third house, because you got Leo ruling that third house. So the sun is ruling your third house. So writing is a big theme. So you might decide to be a writer at some point. If I were you, I would do some writing, maybe a little bit every day, maybe start off in the morning or before you go to bed. It could even just start off as journaling, especially journaling in terms of your astrological findings. And next thing you know, you could have a whole book on your hands. And then how about ninth house is publishing? So with Neptune and Aquarius in the ninth house, this is like you getting your book published, becoming a published author of spiritual books. But not even just spiritual books. More about that in a minute. Ease in grasping metaphysical teachings, including astrology. So like I told you before, Derek, I was like, you should think about becoming a professional astrologer. And you kind of like poo-pooed it. You was like, oh, I don't know. But maybe the older you get, the maybe you'll start to see like, hey, maybe I should go that route. And I think that should just be one of your professions. I think you should have more than one profession because you're a Gemini, but definitely consider being a professional astrologer. Thank you, Hannah. Hannah said this is a great lie. Thank you. So good for being a professional astrologer, astrology teacher, and writer. So you could do all three. You could practice astrology, you could teach astrology, and you could write about astrology, Derek. And I'm not just telling you this to stroke your ego. I keep it real with people. And when I tell you, you are really a natural when it comes to astrology, you are. Receiving downloads. So this is basically where your intuition is coming in. So You got Neptune and Aquarius in the ninth. We're talking about keen, intuitive ability. So this is good for receiving downloads. Now, these downloads could be random, it could be about anything. But when you're studying, these downloads could come through and you could really be getting some great insight into what you're studying. And you could also be receiving downloads about people as well. Now, Derek, have you ever heard about remote viewing? Let me know if you ever heard the term remote viewing, because remote viewing is like a psychic skill where you can see things with your mind's eye and be able to even describe it in detail. And it could be something like, it could be some object in Russia, right? And you're in the United States. And they would say, remote view this object that's in this building, and they give you the address. And then with your mind's eye, you could describe what object that they are talking about. That's remote viewing. With that trine, you have the ability to be a remote viewer. So if you don't know about remote viewing, that's something that you might want to explore. Yeah, explore that, Derek. It's a fascinating subject. I have a few books on remote viewing, but basically you have the trine of remote viewer, not just because you have Sun trine Neptune, but it's the signs involved, Gemini and Aquarius. And then when you add that Neptune in it, yeah, creative visualization activates the law of attraction. So, they push that law of attraction on people for years now, namely through that book and the film, The Secret. I know some of y'all probably read the book, The Secret. You might have saw the film. I haven't read the book or saw the film, but I've watched videos dealing with the law of attraction, dealing with The Secret. See, one of the things people don't understand about the law of attraction is this: you either got it or you don't. And you'll know you have it through certain placements you have in your chart astrologically. Now, if we're talking about the law of attraction, that is Aquarius, which is why I'm putting that law of attraction up in here. So the creative visualization, that's just Sun trine Neptune, period. But where it's activating that law of attraction, that's the Aquarius energy coming into play. So again, don't think that you could follow The Secret, whether the book or the film, and think that you're automatically going to be doing this law of attraction thing. Because if you don't have the right placements, you could be trying forever and nothing manifests. Doesn't mean that you can't manifest things. You just have to go about it a different way. Not everybody is given the same set of skills, gifts, blessings, what have you. But if you have a planet in Aquarius, or you're an Aquarius rising, or if Aquarius is even on certain house cusps, like Aquarius on the second house cusp, that can deal with you activating the law of attraction when it comes to money and possessions. But if you don't have certain hookups, it can be very hard for you to activate that law of attraction. Derek, you have that ability, you have the blessing in this trine where you can activate the law of attraction through creative visualization. So let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. So you mentioned, you said you thought about becoming a bartender, right? So let's say you really start to be serious about being a bartender. And then, sometimes you just visualize yourself being behind a bar. And then next thing you know, you're out and you meet someone, you make a new friend, you find out they're a bartender. And then next thing you know, they're putting you on to this bartending school. And then next thing you know, they're helping you to get a job at the bar they work at. It can play out like that. Whatever you're putting your focus on, that's activating that law of attraction, especially when it's a, intent focus, when it's with intention. Now, a sibling or relative could be your saving grace with Sun trine Neptune, because Gemini rules siblings and relatives. So they could, put you on to a great opportunity, or they could actually save your life in some way, or they might even just inspire you in some way. And also, that's one thing I forgot to mention about Sun trine Neptune, but being an inspiration for others, but also being inspired. But yeah, being an inspiration for others, that's very Sun trine Neptune. Now, much travel could be taking place. So this could be with your mother, because like I said, this trine has a lot to do with her, with Neptune ruling Pisces in your 10th. But this can also occur through your career, with friends, and also group associations. You could have friends in high places at some point. Ease in learning foreign languages, and that's because Neptune's in the 9th and the sun is ruling the 3rd, and the sun is in Gemini. Successful content creator. So yes, if you want to make some good money, think about creating a YouTube channel, going on TikTok, Instagram, being a streamer of live events, things like that. Yes, Nathan. On the community post, I put an agenda if you want to go check it out. So on October 27th, which is next Sunday, I'll be doing a live stream where I give my prediction for the election. You said I'm scared of JD Vance for real. I gotta look into that person. But yeah, so stay tuned. Yes, I will be doing a live stream next Sunday for the election. The Saturday before that, I will be putting on my workshop for manifesting Mr. Right. So I got a busy week ahead, and I'm going to be dropping a video next Thursday about a celebrity, and then I got some videos coming up after that too. Radiology. So if you're drawn to the medical field, Derek, you might want to consider radiology as a profession, namely because of the Aquarius influence, but also the Gemini. That blend right there is great for radiology, because it's like you're reading these screens that are basically showing you the inside of the body and all that stuff. Writer of sci-fi or futuristic novels. So if you wanted to be a writer, but you didn't want to write astrology books, you might want to consider being a writer of science fiction or futuristic novels, because that Neptune in Aquarius. Also, it's good for being a science teacher if you wanted to go that route. Good for computer science, being an IT professional, good for coding. And if you really wanted to make it to the top, you could go to school to become an astrophysicist. But then with that, you're going to have to be telling lies all day. Like, what's that guy's name? Oh, I hate that guy. What's that guy, that black guy? Why can't, my memory is starting to fail me. Who's that black astrophysicist that I can't stand? And he used that word oblate. That's how he told oblate. Um, Neil deGrasse Tyson, that's his name. I can't stand that man. But yeah, if you want to be an astrophysicist, that means you're going to have to lie for a living. But because you got Sun trine Neptune, you're going to get away with those lies. And then let's see, pilot. If you wanted to learn how to fly a plane, Sun in Gemini trine Neptune and Aquarius is great for being a pilot, especially with that Neptune in the 9th house. Or even if but I can't see you being a flight attendant. Nah, there's no way. I can't, nah, because you don't really like people like that. All right. Y'all let me know when you can see the next image. So now that we covered Sun trine Neptune in general, and specifically with Sun in Gemini trine Neptune and Aquarius, now we're going to get into some famous people that have this trine. And again, I guess this is why I was like so focused on religion in the beginning, because I know I'm doing the Sun trine Neptune video, and I know that it has a strong spiritual component. Right, Jupiter? Look, I tried. See, that's my Venus in Libra. I tried to make it in the middle. I tried to get it in the middle where I didn't want to put white Jesus up there. I didn't want to put black Jesus up there. So I put the Dominican Jesus up there because he's from the DR. But yeah, I was like, I think that's how Jesus might have really looked if he if he really was a real person. That's probably how, but his hair probably had some more texture to it. But yeah. But yes, Jesus Christ was said to have Sun trine Neptune, right? Look at them high cheekbones. Jesus Christ. Now, of course, the chart that they have created for Jesus Christ is hypothetical, because no one actually knows his exact birth date. But they actually have Jesus Christ as a Pisces, which fits though, because Pisces is the savior of the zodiac. So it's like, you see how whoever created that chart was making it fit, like they made it fit to Jesus instead of Jesus. He had to be brown coming from the region he came from. Yeah, that's why I couldn't put the white Jesus up there because I was like, that's historically inaccurate. So I had to make him look either Arabian or like he came from the Middle East desert area or whatever like that. But again, can we even be sure that Jesus was a real person? I don't know. I would like to believe Jesus really existed because, like I said, I love the story of Jesus. But at this point, I just got to say, I don't know. I really don't know if Jesus existed. And that chart that they have of him, like I said, it's hypothetical. We can't even say, oh, yeah, we know Jesus existed because here's his chart. Nah, it's hypothetical. But anyway, hypothetically, Jesus has Sun in Pisces, trine Neptune and Scorpio. Ain't that the epitome of dying for our sins? I mean, come on now. Like they got this right. Like they were like, okay, he's going to have Sun trine Neptune. So again, he was the savior, the savior. And Jesus made the greatest sacrifice. He supposedly died for our sins. But that doesn't add up either because we still have to die, right? So how does that, again, if you really dissect the Bible and you really analyze it from a rational perspective, a lot of what is written in the Bible just doesn't make sense. So basically you're saying Jesus died for our sins, but we still have to die anyway. And it's not like everybody gets to live a long life because some people die in the womb, some people die at 1 month old, some people die at 21 years age. So some people, but like that's why but then people will be like, well, they died early because they weren't a believer. And I'm like, but no, you got believers all the time that are dying early that have very short lives. So Jesus dying for our sin, like really, what did that do? Because we still have to die, we still have to suffer. And some of the people that are very righteous and they always been faithful, they still suffer. So again, make it make sense, Jesus. I want to believe in you. I really do. But it's not adding up. It's just not. So Jesus Christ was also known as the Redeemer. And that's very Sun, trine, Neptune, and Scorpio, especially. And performing magic and miracles. Remember, I said Sun, trine, Neptune, you could be magical, you could be performing miracles. So remember, they said he turned water into wine. What's another miracle he did? Remember the fishes? He like they and again, I believe this stuff as a kid. I believe that Jesus really took two fishes. They were talking about Pisces. And that's why like the Bible is all symbolism, it's allegory. But back then, as a kid, I really believe Jesus took the 5 loaves of bread and the 2 fishes and turned it into a buffet for the world, or at least for everybody that was on the beach that day. And everybody was able to eat. I believe that shit. I believe that Jesus really turned water into wine. And that's what I'm saying. Like, this is dangerous type of thinking. Like, to instill a kid with, you might as well, like, it's kind of like saying, yeah, Santa Claus is real. Like, if you really think about it, because when have we had anybody else on this earth that can turn water into wine or that can turn 2 fish into 500 fish? There's nobody. And then, but people will say, well, that's because Jesus was the Son of God and there's never going to be another. And that's why we're waiting for him to return. But I'm just like, come on now. And how come back in the day, the people of the Bible, they were able to talk directly to God. But if you try to talk directly to God now, nobody's answering. The line is always busy or off the hook. Like, make it make sense. How come they had this direct line of contact with God, but we don't anymore? I guess the world has turned that wicked, right? But anyway, so yeah, turning water into wine. All right, let me know when y'all can see the next image. Oh yeah, he helped the blind man see, but he also cursed a couple of people too, I think. And remember, he was turning over tables in the temple. because he was mad because people were like using the temple as a means to make money, and he was flipping tables over. Jesus was gangster. And then it even shows in the Bible that even Jesus' faith in God started to dwindle when he was on that cross. What did he say? He said, "My God, why hast thou forsaken me?" So even Jesus was starting to wake up about what was really going on, but before he could really understand, he died. So he didn't even get the full understanding of what was going on. You saying yes, God curses people very well, right? We have to start being more realistic. Oh yeah, remember the tree? Wasn't like it was like a date tree and the date fell on his head or something, and he cursed the tree and the tree withered up and died. Yeah. I Abu said, "I love how she's aged wonderfully, though." Well, them Leos, they can look good up until old age and stuff. They like to keep themselves up. I will say that. But yes, Jennifer Lopez has Sun in Leo, trine Neptune and Scorpio, which is a dissociative trine. So she just made it. Like if that Neptune enter Sagittarius, that would be a natural trine. But she got Neptune and Scorpio. So we know she was a singer, dancer, not a very good singer or dancer, in my opinion. And she's a perfect example of how Sun trine Neptune people, some, not all, have it very easy in life. Like she's had everything handed to her just about. Yeah, I know you had to dance a little bit, you had to sing off key a little bit, but like she should not have her, and she's not a great actor either, I don't think. She shouldn't have as much fame as she has. I don't feel. So a lot of what she has been given to her. But I will give it to J Lo. She did nail that Selena role. She nailed that. I'm gonna give her that. I'm gonna give her flowers for Selena. A bitty bitty bum bum. But this trine is also showing, in my professional opinion, this is representative of Jennifer sleeping her way to the top. And if I'm not mistaken, I think that Neptune is in her sixth house. So yeah, she got with a number of people that helped her to get to where she is, including Keenan Ivory Wayans. I forgot to put him in there. Yeah, yeah, there it is, Kauai. You just read my mind. So yes, slept her way to the top, starting with In Living Color, but it could have been even before that. Matter of fact, Rosie Perez, who was the choreographer for In Living Color back then, the Fly Girls, she did not want Jennifer Lopez to be part of the Fly Girls because what's her face? Damn. Why just oh god, my memory's getting bad. But Rosie Perez, she auditioned Jennifer and Jennifer didn't make the cut. And then Jennifer went crying to Keenan, and Keenan told why do I keep Rosie Perez, he was like, you gotta approve Jennifer so she could be one of the Fly Girls. And Rosie was about to beat that ass for real. But anyway, yeah. So this just shows that she can benefit in a number of ways from this trine. And one of the ways she benefited was through who she was sleeping with. Remember, she was in a relationship with Diddy. Remember, she was with Diddy the night that there was the shooting in the club where some female got shot, and she claimed it was Diddy that shot her. But yeah, look at Diddy being a Scorpio. J Lo got Neptune and Scorpio. Her being with Diddy, that helped to prop her up as well. And then she got with Mark Anthony, who was very rich, very successful, who was an actual singer. And then her marriage to Ben Affleck. Now, the common denominator with all of these three men is that they're in the entertainment world, which is very Sun and Leo. But then also with the film, that's Ben Affleck, both in the film industry. music industry, Mark Anthony, and then music industry with Diddy. So all of these three guys, they apply to her sun in Leo, trine Neptune, and Scorpio. Who else was she with? Didn't she get with her dancer Casper Smart? I forgot to put him in there too. Wait, did I? Oh yeah, dating Casper Smart. Wasn't that the guy's name? That dancer that looked like a little alien? And he was much younger than she was, I think. And you know, Leo women, they can go after younger men. So her being with Casper Smart, who was one of her dancers, yeah, that fits Sun trine Neptune as well. Oh, Shine took the fall. He sure did. Yup. And then you know what? He got rewarded for taking a fall for Diddy, because then didn't he become like the prime minister of Belize, which is the country he's from? So I think Diddy was basically like, look, if you take the rap for me, I'm gonna take care of you when you get out of prison. And next thing you know, Shine is basically the president of Belize. Oh yeah, A-Rod. So that's another one. So she gets with A-Rod, which is very Sun in Leo, because Leo rules athletes. So yeah. All right, next. Let me know when you see the next image. She got with Drake? The art of being reacted. My money on Rosie. Yeah, my money would be on Rosie too. All right, y'all press a one when you can see the next image. I want answers. You want answers? I want the truth. You can't handle the truth. Oh, I love that movie. If you never seen A Few Good Men, and if you like movies, especially movies that feature courtroom dramas, watch A Few Good Men. When I tell you this is one of my favorite movies, and the acting with Tom Cruise and Jack Nicholson is what? Superb. Remember, I used that word superb to describe Sun trine Neptune? Man, first of all, I like a lot of movies that Tom Cruise has been in. But when I say I feel like he really did his thing in this movie, even though Jack Nicholson, he was the main like one that killed it, Tom Cruise did a good job too in A Few Good Men. And that's why I had this image up here, because this is an image from that courtroom scene where he's like, I want the truth. Did you order a code red? He kept on leaning on Jessup, Colonel Jessup, until he finally said, he was like, did you order a code red? He was like, you're goddamn right, I did. Oh my God. I just love that movie. And anyway, so Tom Cruise, consummate actor. So he very much embodies this Sun trine Neptune, Sun in Cancer, trine Neptune and Scorpio. Like this is where he fully immerses himself in his roles. So full immersion into roles as an actor. Like he really gets into it. And he's a film icon. Remember, I said Sun trine Neptune is icon. Now, we got to go back to J-Lo real quick, because I forgot to mention that she does basically fit into the icon category only because of that Versace dress, which that dress has basically become iconic. So, and I wasn't crazy about that Versace dress. It looked like a swimsuit cover up, really, if you ask me. But anyway, remember the green barely there dress that she had on, and everybody was like flipping out. I don't know if she wore it to the Oscars or the Grammys or something, but that dress became iconic. So again, back to Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise is a film icon, a Hollywood darling, which is so Sun in Cancer, trine Neptune and Scorpio. And then remember, I said Sun trine Neptune could deal with where you join a cult. And Tom Cruise has been a member of the Church of Scientology forever. And he is a big wig in the Church of Scientology. They basically worship this man. They bought him his own mansion, everything, like this penthouse apartment and all this. So yeah, they love him in the Church of Scientology. So that deals with that. He might as well become the president of Scientology. All right, let me know when you can see the next slide. Diana said, I agree, Ron. That dress was nothing special. She didn't even have great books either, or great looks. Booze. I agree. Yes. I didn't understand what everybody was flipping out about. I really didn't. We belong together. Now, this is my girl right here. Now, nobody better not say nothing about Mariah. Even though Mariah, like, Lord help her nowadays when she's on stage. She just don't even move. She's so over it. Mariah is so over it. I don't blame her though. And unfortunately, because she sold her soul, she can't ever retire. So remember, I said Sun Trine Neptune can manifest as an early retirement, but it's not going to happen for these celebrities, these entertainers, because it's like once you sell your soul, you got to perform until you're dead, basically. Look at the Rolling Stones. Look at the OJs. You got all these old ass groups that are still performing. Patti LaBelle. They can't, like, think about it. These people got more money than God, but they're constantly touring, they're constantly performing because they have to. Once you sell your soul, you are owned by these people. I don't care if you got Sun Trine Neptune, you got to keep on working. And that's why when you see Mariah Carey on stage nowadays, she just basically stands there. She's hardly into it because she understands she wants to retire. She just wants to be a mom to her kids. But no, she got to continue to perform because she sold her soul, unfortunately. So Mariah is another one with a dissociative trine. So she got Sun in Aries, trine Neptune in Scorpio. So she's a singer and songwriter. Like, she's one of the best in terms of singing and songwriting. Like, she is just top notch. Amazing. Just like I said, Sun trine Neptune can produce an amazing individual. She's amazing. Marriage to Tommy Mottola. That's that Sun trine Neptune, right? Tommy Mottola, he was the music mogul. Was he the what was it, Sony Records? Marriage to Nick Cannon. You know, Nick Cannon has to be part of this because he's an actor. He also did some music and stuff. So that counts. And then remember, she did that Glitter movie. Oh my God, I love Breakdown. Break down. Sally, break me on down. Break down. That's my shit. Cause I'm going to extremes to prove I'm wild about you. But in reality, I'm slowly losing my mind. I need the guys to smile. Gradually, I'm dying inside. Oh, that's my shit. All right. But remember, she had that whack ass movie, Glitter. But the reason why it was named Glitter was that Sun trine Neptune, because that can deal with glitter. Glitter, glitz, glamour, all that. All right. Let me know when you can see the next image. So what are you doing? Know what song I love? I love Anytime You Need a Friend by Mariah. Oh my God. I can't even listen to that all the time because it makes me want to cry. Can't Let Go, I love. Of course, Dream Lover. We Belong Together. What's that other one? Get Out My Face, Boy. Up Out My Face, Boy. That's my shit. It's not secret. It's not cracked. Boy, it's shattered. That one. What's the other one? Why You're So Obsessed with Me. Oh, she had so many hits. Always Be My Baby. Of course, Vision of Love. All right, now let's deal with this brother right here. Okay. I have to be honest. I don't understand what women see in this boy. I still look at him as a boy because when I was an adult, he was still a snot-nosed little kid doing that run it, let me see you can run it, I believe you can run it. Is your man on the floor? If he ain't, let me know. Let me see you can run it. But no, know what song I did? I did like the collaboration he did with Bow Wow, Girl Like Mine, or Shorty Like Mine. Only thing that keeps me up when I'm feeling down. I don't know about you, but I keep mine around. Cause I done looked And searching it's hard to find another shorty like mine. Baby, yes, oh my God. And I love when Chris Brown be like, and I'm gonna tell you something else. If I don't know nothing else, I know. Oh my God. Okay. Let me get myself together. But yeah, I don't see what the chicks see in Chris Brown. And I'm talking about these are older women that are into Chris Brown. Recently, I found out that my mom is a big fan of Chris Brown. I'm like, Mom, I didn't even know this. Like, but my mom loves some Chris Brown. But I'll tell you who I got a crush on. Y'all want to know who I got a crush on as of late? Y'all gonna laugh. But it ain't Chris Brown. But he a youngin'. He way too young for me. But I follow him on Instagram, and I'm a little ashamed to say it. Diana said he looks like the type to give women. He does, doesn't he? Exotical taps. Know who I have a crush on, y'all? I want somebody to guess. Okay, I'm gonna give you a description. He's a rapper. He's young, and I only know like two of his songs, but I like his look. And he got sex. He got hella sex appeal, and he a country boy. So he's a rapper. Oh my God! How did you know, Abu? Abu guessed it already. How'd you know? Did I tell you that, Abu? Not Jaden. Abu guessed it. See, and y'all gonna clown me, but there's something about that boy. Oh, when I see him on my Instagram feed, I be like, oh, there he go again. NLE Chopper with his big ass teeth. Oh yeah, I think he's from Memphis. Yeah, I got a thing for that boy. Oh my God. If I was only 20 years younger. And sometimes I'd be wanting to comment on his post so bad. I'd be like, let me just take my ass inside. like let me just stop. But no, he's fine. He could get it. Chandrea said he looked musty. He do got a little musty quality, but I like him like if they gonna be light skinned, they gotta be on that like kind of rough looking end. Cause I wouldn't consider NLE Chopper to be a pretty boy, right? And I never really was into the pretty boy light skinned dudes. So if they was light skinned, they had to have something, they had to be a little rough around the edges or something. And that's how I look at NLE Chopper. And then he's a little suspect too. And I have a little thing for guys that are a little sus. I ain't even gonna lie. That's my margin Gemini. Don't clown me on this. But no, I'm just being candid right now. No, I really don't have a thing for guys that are a little sus, but I have been with guys in the past that I did look at kind of like, you could be a little sus. And NLE Chopper, he got that little sus thing going. And that just tells me he's a freak. He a Scorpio, and I know he a freak. And then he be moving his. Let me just stop. I'm like, oh my God. That's me robbing the cradle. All right, let's get on this Chris Brown. All right. So Chris Brown got Sun in Taurus, trine Neptune and Capricorn. Now let me tell you how he's maximizing this trine. So he's already, yes, I do love me some Prince. And you know, Prince, yeah, you could say he was a pretty boy, but Prince, he also was a little like he didn't have like that. Okay, I'll say Prince was gorgeous, but he still had that look where he wasn't. Sometimes he could be pretty, but he still kind of had that tough look. It's hard to explain, but yes, big time Prince fan. Now, Sonny, oh yeah, Prince did have that little sus thing going on. I ain't gonna lie. Now, let me tell you how Chris Brown has maximized this trine. So already naturally, singer, dancer, he's good at that. He's been doing that ever since he was a little kid, especially trying to mimic Michael Jackson and all that type of stuff. Yeah, that he is going to bring me right back. Y'all might see me at a concert one day. Not Chris Brown, NLE Chopper. But anyway, now this is how he's maximizing this trine, and I got to give him a lot of respect for this. Making money through backstage photo program. So, at the end of Chris Brown's concerts, he allows his fans, if they're willing to pay $1,000, what isn't it like? Isn't it something like 1111, like $1,111? Like if they're willing to pay that, he will take a picture with them. And I think that's a genius idea in turn. You know how much money Chris Brown is making, and with him being a Taurus, it makes a lot of sense. But can you imagine how much money he's making per show on top of the, money he's making off of performing, the money that he's generating from these photos alone? Yeah, $1,000 for photo. So imagine there's 20 maybe there's 20 people, and it's probably more than 20 every show. But let's say there's 20 every show. That's an extra 20,000 in his pocket. Easy. Thank you, Jupiter. I wouldn't pay $1 for him either. Look, I had pictures that I took with Wu-Tang and I didn't have to pay a dime. Yeah. But nowadays, things are different. Back then, you could take pictures with celebrities and they wouldn't charge you nothing. Nowadays, these celebrities are really smelling themselves. But again, I can't blame Chris Brown for cashing in on this Sun Trine Neptune in his chart. He doing the damn thing like he should. He's smart. I'm like, hey, if they're willing to pay it, I'm not hating on him. I don't blame him at all. All right. Let me know when you can see the next. You said the artists are broke, right? That's so true. Yeah, it's hard to make money now in the industry. It ain't like how it used to be, but it's always been kind of hard on the artists. Like unless they have their masters or they're writing the music or producing, like this one right here. Remember I said Sun Trine Neptune can represent someone who has like superhero energy. And as much as Pharrell gets on my damn nerves, I got to give this man his flowers, man. I got to give him his props. When I say Pharrell is in that category of a super producer, hell yeah. Some of his music, some of his beats are superb. Like, the boy is talented. And I'm saying the boy because he still looks like a boy to me. Like, he's never really grown into that grown man look. But the boy is talented. He is amazing. He is a beast in terms of production. Like, talk about being touched by an angel, a musical angel, that is. Now, Pharrell, he annoying as hell. He is. But again, you can't deny this talent that this man has. And now he's in fashion, design, all that. So Sun and Aries trine Neptune in Sagittarius. Like this is he doing it big. Now remember when he was producing with Chad, and that's one of the things I got beef with Pharrell, the way he did his boy Chad. What happened to Chad, Pharrell? Chad Hugo. Like when he started out, he was in a group called the Neptunes. It was a production group. It was him and Chad. They went to high school together. They was cool. They was close. They was thick as thieves. And then next thing you know, you don't hear about Chad no more. All you hear is Pharrell. And I'm like, but he had Aries at the end of the day. And they really don't have that loyal thing going on. But yeah. So yeah, he was part of the Neptunes. He created the Neptunes, him and Chad, which was a production team. And my thing is, him basically calling himself the Neptunes, more than likely he knew his chart. He probably got a chart reading from an early age, and he was like, oh, I got Sun Trine Neptune. Okay, we're going to run with this. We're going to call ourselves the Neptunes. Original music. Aries is, so they fell out, Kevin. Why did they fall out? Yeah, let me know why they fell out. I'm curious. I remember, I think it was Khalees that brought something up. Yeah, I think Khalees did call Pharrell out about how he did Chad, if I'm not mistaken, because Khalees got beef with Pharrell too. So Pharrell has put out some original music, which is So Sun and Aries. And he's a fashion maven. And like he's what is he? Is he the designer for like Louis Vuitton now or something? But yeah, But I feel like Pharrell, he be feeling himself a bit too much. He's very egotistical, it seems. And I think he's been in the closet for years. Matter of fact, him and Chad might have had a love affair. Maybe that's why they really had a falling out. Maya said, no, he did both of them dirty. Wow. And again, I'm not surprised he's an Aries. Aries puts themselves first. And of course, there's exceptions to that, but Aries is going to do what Aries going to do. All right, next. Let me know when you see the next slide. Asha said, I'm sure Chad's still rich, though. I hope so. Grinding. Grinding. Give it to me. And say, I love you. Oh, and remember Pharrell put out that song Happy? Cause I'm happy. Clap along. That's very Sun, Trine, Neptune, and Sagittarius. Clap along if you feel. I got tired of that song quick. After like the third time of hearing, I'm like, okay, I heard enough of this. Go back to making hip hop beats. All right. Yes, we got Lizzo. Lizzo. All right. Now Lizzo got Sun, Trine, Neptune. So she got that nice Earth trine, Sun and Taurus, trine Neptune and Capricorn. She will never go broke, more than likely. So this is her being a talented musician. So she's a flutist and she's also a singer. And then she does some dancing. And then this is interesting. So I think it was her first album she named Coconut Oil. And remember, I said Neptune is dealing with oil. So that title, Coconut Oil, is very Sun, trine Neptune. So she said, coconut oil is the ultimate ode to self-care and to my process. I'm not there yet, but I'm creating my music so I can get there. So that's just showing she has vision. And she is basically saying, oh, this coconut oil soothes my skin, but it's also going to be the name of my album and, and all that. And, Capricorn rules the skin. So that Neptune and Capricorn can deal with oil on the skin. And yeah, she probably just covers herself in coconut oil and slides across some plastic and stuff. And I don't know, maybe she's been to a few Diddy parties. Who knows? And then she also had that reality show. I think it was where she was trying to find new dancers or something like that. Also, she makes shapewear. That's very Sun, trine Neptune. I didn't know that. Thank you, Jupiter. Says she lost some weight. The Art of Being React said she lost some weight. She has a cute lounge line with Yeezy or something like that for $19. You know what? That's very smart of her. And like I said, with that trine, she's not going to go broke. And that trine can also help her to lose weight because we're talking about Capricorn. So this trine could deal with at some point she might go to a dietitian or a nutritionist and they might put her on a special diet and next thing you know, she done lost all her weight. Or it could just be good old fashioned Ozempic. Hey, I'm like, whatever works. All right. Let me know when you see the next. That was so smart to do a shapewear line. That is so Sun and Taurus, trine Neptune, and Capricorn. Because, Capricorn is also the sign of constriction. So constricting the body to have a shapely form. Yes. All right. Press 1 when you can see the next person. I'm having fun tonight. I'm glad I'm back. It took me a while to go live again, but I'm glad I'm back, y'all. I'm glad. Yes, Nikola Tesla. The person that the Tesla automobile was named after. He did. He really did. But you could just see the arrogance and the confidence in this man by this image right here, this picture. So Nikola Tesla, Sun in Cancer, trine Neptune in Pisces. So he was a scientist and he wowed people with some of his inventions and some of his theories and what he came up with and things like that. He was all inspiring. It says Tesla credited his eidetic memory, which basically means photographic memory, and creative abilities to his mother's genetics and influence. So that is the epitome of Sun in Cancer, trine Neptune in Pisces. Cancer is memory, but it's also the mother. And then Neptune in Pisces is representing the photographic or eidetic. And then also his creative abilities, Sun in Cancer, trine Neptune in Pisces. He was a very like spiritual dude. Like he really believed in the power of unseen things, which is very Sun trine Neptune, like this water trine. Now it says his father, Militon Tesla, was a priest of the Eastern Orthodox Church, and that fits that Sun in Cancer trine Neptune and Pisces. It says the next year Tesla evaded conscription into the Austro-Hungarian army in Smidgian by running away southeast of Lika to, I don't know what all that says. But anyway, he was able to evade being drafted by the army, and that's very Sun in Cancer, trine Neptune in Pisces. The company awarded a contract to Westinghouse Electric for building a two-phase AC generating system at the Niagara Falls based on Tesla's advice. So when they were trying to create electric power using the Niagara Falls, they consulted Tesla because he was well versed in those type of things. So this trine is dealing with his work with Niagara Falls, with both Cancer and Pisces ruling bodies of water. Tesla attempted to market several devices based on the production of ozone. These included his 1900 Tesla ozone company selling a 1896 patented device based on his Tesla coil, using to bubble ozone through different types of oils. Remember, oil is Neptune, oil is also Pisces. Using different types of oils to make a therapeutic gel. Even gels are Pisces and Neptune. He also tried to develop a variation of this a few years later as a room sanitizer for hospitals. Hospitals are ruled by Neptune and Pisces. So basically, these little excerpts of his life are representing how Tesla was able to maximize that trine. So you see how some people can have that same trine and they might just, maybe they go sailing every weekend or something because they have a little boat. But then you'll have another person like Tesla have this trine, and because they maximize the potential of the trine, they get so much more out of it. But it also deals with the whole nature versus nurture. It also deals with where you grow up, who your parents were, all of that stuff, which goes into who you become. It says Tesla lived at the Waldorf Astoria in New York City from 1900 and ran up a large bill. Remember I told you, getting away with shit. He moved to the St. Regis Hotel in 1922 and followed a pattern from then on of moving to a different hotel every few years and leaving unpaid bills behind, and didn't do any time for that. So this dude is living rent-free at these hotels, and Cancer rules hotels. It just rules homes, period, hotels included. But he's living rent-free in these hotels, just bouncing from one hotel to the next, not having to pay nothing and not getting caught. That's Sun trine Neptune. This man did what the hell he wanted. Now, Tesla walked to the park every day to feed the pigeons. He began feeding them at the window of his hotel room and nursed injured birds back to health. This part is so amazing. Again, Sun trine Neptune, amazing. He developed a relationship with this bird. Let me just read it because this is seen clearly in his chart. So his sun is in his fourth house, right? But his sun is conjoined to Venus, and Venus is in the third house. Third house is birds. He has Gemini on the third house cups. Birds is Gemini. Third house is birds. And then it was something else he had dealing with birds as well. But I can't think off. I think it was Saturn and Gemini in that third house. But anyway, it said he said that he had been visited by a certain injured white pigeon daily. He spent over $2,000, which is equivalent to $36,410 in 2023, to care for the bird, including a device he built to support her comfortably while her broken wing and leg healed. Remember, I said Sun Trine Neptune can produce a healer. Tesla stated, I have been feeding pigeons, thousands of them for years, but there was one, a beautiful bird, pure white, with light gray tips on its wings. That one was different. It was a female. That's that Venus in the third house conjoined to his sun in the fourth, and then both of them are trining Neptune. It was a female. So Venus in his third house, Venus in Cancer in his third house, that's the female bird. I had only to wish and call her, and she would come flying to me. I loved that pigeon as a man loves a woman, and she loved me. As long as I had her, there was a purpose to my life. I think that is so beautiful. And again, yeah, it's like Dr. Dula. I think it's amazing. But I believe it wholeheartedly. Like with Sun Trine Neptune, you could have a special connection with animals, and like you might even be able to communicate with them, like he was able to. And yeah. So again, Sun was in the fourth house, Venus in the third, but they were conjoined in Cancer, trining his Neptune in Pisces. This is representing the story about the bird. All right, let me know when you can see the next image. Kawhi said Nikola Tesla said he would leave a journal open while sleeping and wake up to formula the next day. Wow, I believe it. That's very Sun Trine Neptune. All right, y'all, let me know when y'all could see the next person. Yes, we have none other than Cher. And we know that she is iconic. So Cher has Sun in Taurus, 28th degree, trine Neptune and Libra at the 6th degree, which is a rather wide trine, but it still counts. So she is an entertainment icon for sure. I'm just like, I was blown away by Cher's costumes back in the 70s. Like, and Bob Mackie, famous designer, he also designed a lot of Diana Ross's costumes. Bob Mackie was designing most of her costumes. Some of her costumes were just amazing, awe inspiring, like just like so fascinating. Like even this outfit. And then her tiny little waist. You know, Cher was always tiny, and people even accused her of getting a rib removed because her waist was so tiny, even after having what was that one? What's that one weirdo child she had? Um, begin with a C. Why can't I think of her daughter's name? Begin with a C, I think. Anyway, y'all know who I'm talking about. But I question if that's her real daughter, honestly. I don't think that's her real child. Maybe Sonny had her with somebody else or whatever. But that girl don't look nothing like Cher. And Cher has strong features. So you would have thought she would have passed down some of them to Chad. But what was her first name? It was Chastity Bono. But now she's Chad, right? But yeah, she started off as Chastity. I wouldn't be surprised if that wasn't Cher's biological daughter. I wouldn't be surprised at all. Because again, she didn't inherit nothing from Cher, nothing. And Cher got strong, distinct, quasi-Native American features. You know, she had that song Half Breed. So Cher got some Native American in her. None of that translated over to Chastity. Make it make sense. Yeah, Chaz Bono or whatever. Yeah. I don't think that was her child. I would even venture to say, I'm about to take this a step further. I would even venture to say that Cher and Sonny Bono, they were a couple just for the cameras. They were a couple just for the music industry, just for the TV shows, just for money. They may have never consummated that marriage. I wouldn't be surprised because Cher always showed that she was never into Sonny. She was never into him like that. So I wouldn't be surprised if Sonny had, sexual relations with some other woman the whole time that they were married. And then when that woman got pregnant, she basically gave that child to Sonny and Cher act like that was her daughter. And that's why Chastity ended up being all screwed up in the head anyway and didn't know what the hell she was because her mother wasn't even who. Look, think about it. We already were talking about Whitney and her mother. This might be a thing going on in the industry. You never know. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Cher is not Chaz's mother. You know what I mean? But yes, entertainment icon. Hey, Leisha, I'm glad you're loving this live stream. Now, singer, dancer, actress. Cher has done it all. She has sang, she has danced, she has act, and she's good at all three, if you ask me. The singing, she could, use a little work, but she's not bad. She's not Jennifer Lopez. She actually has talent. And again, her getting with Sonny Bono, this aspect kind of shows that this shit wasn't even about like an actual marriage where her son being in Taurus, trine Neptune and Libra. The sun in Taurus is just showing, hey, this was just about making money. They never loved each other. And basically she was just working. He was basically her boss. And then he got some woman pregnant and now she's acting like that's her child. Then she got with Greg Allman. I think that's his name, of the Allman Brothers band. So she's got with some musicians as well. But enough about Cher. Let me know when you see the next. Oh, yeah. I remember she said that, Diana. Don't even get me started. Half-breed. I love her in the movie Mask. And I loved her in The Witches of Eastwick. Cher is a really good actress. I feel good. Oh, Lord. I'm not ready to get up and do my thing. Pay the cost to be the boss. Pay the cost to be the boss. I paid the cost to be the boss. He did pay the cost to be the boss now. But he could never get that hair right. Never. Okay. Now, James, he has Sun in Taurus, trine Neptune, and Virgo. And I will say the man was a perfectionist. Hey, Danny, the man was a perfectionist in terms of his music, in terms of his dancing, and him getting his band in line. He didn't play. And that's how he was able to constantly deliver. This is a man's world. Baby, 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 baby. I got the feeling. Baby, baby, I got the feeling. Ooh. Yes, he has some bangers. All right. Singer, writer, dancer. And when you want to talk about iconic, Papa's got a brand new bag. Hey, New Eyes, what's up, girl? Funk and soul icon. Remember, I said Sun trine Neptune is the icon. James Brown is a funk and soul icon. Make it funky. James Brown was so cold-blooded. They even put him in Rocky IV. Remember? Living in America. Eye to eye. Look, remember, they had him performing for Apollo Creed right before Apollo got killed by Drago. That just showed you like James Brown was major. This was after the height of his career. This was in the 80s, and they still put him in Rocky IV because, again, James Brown was that big. They wanted to let you know that it might have been an expedition fight or exhibition fight. What did Apollo say? He was like, it's just an exhibition fight. He ended up getting killed in the ring. But anyway, they wanted to show you how big this shit was. And since they saw James Brown get on stage, if you notice, Apollo Creed's wife was really worried after that. She was scared because she knew. They was like, oh, they got James Brown? Okay. Living in America. Woo. All right, moving on. James rocked that silk press with the bumped ends, right? But he could never get that silk press right. That hair would not move. And he didn't need no hairspray either. Those red control. I like those glasses though. Say it loud. I'm black and I'm proud. Dun, dun, dun. Say it loud. I'm black and I'm proud. Dun, dun, dun. All right. Does anybody know who this is? Well, y'all can see the name. But do y'all remember him? Trine, Neptune. Remember how he amazed people on the track and field? Now he got a dissociative trine too. Now, if that Neptune was in Sagittarius, he might be even faster than what he was. But what this is representing, though, is him beating the time, because Capricorn rules time. So him having an amazing time when it comes to running track. So amazing athletic ability. And again, beating times. Because again, when we're dealing with track and field, time is everything. We're talking about fractions of a second. That's how they clock it. Fractions of a second. That matters. So if you can shave off a fraction of a second and beat the fastest person, you're amazing. But I think Usain Bolt even did that more than that. Now, somebody could tell me how fast he was running and what his time is. I don't know all of that, but I do remember when he was in the Olympics, and yeah, he was fast as shit, and he amazed people. That's very Sun, Trine, Neptune. And think about his last name, Bolt. You can't make this stuff up. Sometimes it just happens like that, right? Amazing. Like Jesse Lee Peterson said, amazing. Does anybody know who Jesse Lee Peterson is? Actually, I need to do a reading on that clown. Jesse Lee Peterson. I might do that. I might do it for Patreon. Because I got a whole list of videos I gotta do for Patreon. I've been slipping lately, but I'm getting back on track. But I think I might do that for Patreon. If anybody knows who Jesse Lee Peterson is, that's gonna be a good reading. Because I think he'd just be trolling. But basically, if you don't know who he is, he's like what you would call Uncle Tom. He's what you would call a COON. He's what you would call a white apologist. Is that how you would say it or whatever? So sometimes I watch his videos just for a good laugh. Yeah, he is funny as hell. And he'd be like, amazing. See, the thing is, you can't take Jesse Lee Peterson seriously because I don't think he's even serious. But he's found his niche and he's found a way to make money. And unfortunately, he does it off of, denigrating Black people, even though he's a Black man. Actually, some of what he says sometimes is correct. But then a lot of what he says is just foolishness and it's crazy. But again, you can't look at Jesse Lee Peterson. You can't take him seriously. If you do, you're going to be very offended and you're going to be upset because he talks shit about women too all the time. But I find it hilarious. Like Danny said, he is hilarious. But yeah, if you don't know who Jesse Lee Peterson, he is a weird looking dude too. His lips are always crusty. Look like he'd been burnt in a 5-alarm fire and just made it out to spare his life. Like he's a weird looking dude. Matter of fact, I think I have his chart in my files because I'm almost certain I pulled this chart before because I was like, I gotta see what this dude is working with. But yeah, he is, oh yeah, he says the Great White Hope. He calls Trump the Great White Hope. But yeah, that dude is hilarious. But again, you can't take him seriously, or else you're gonna be very offended by what he says. All right. Let me know when you see the next slide. Oh, thank you, Kawhi. You said Bolt's time was 9.58 seconds. Wait a minute, who looked bloated and constipated? You talk about Jesse Lee Peterson. He does look like, right? Look like he just made it out the fire. Let me stop. Because I'm not trying to make fun of burn victims, but god damn it. All right, yes. Now, isn't she iconic? If she's iconic mainly because of that hair. Everybody wanted that feathered hair. Well, I can't say everybody because there was a lot of people rocking afros back then. But a lot of women wanted that feathered hair look that she had. So she had that iconic hairstyle. You could call her an iconic blonde. That's what I'm gonna call her. Because back then, especially, man, back in the day, they put them blonde haired chicks on a pedestal so high. Nowadays, if you notice, men, namely, and this was mainly a white man thing. White men, a lot of times, they don't really like nowadays, they're not all into blondes like that, it seems. But back in the 70s and 80s, maybe the 60s too, 50s with Marilyn Monroe, oh my God, white men went crazy over these blonde haired chicks. It was like to be blonde was to be like automatically you're a goddess. So Farrah Fawcett with her blonde feathered hair, oh yes, she was an iconic blonde. She was a dirty blonde. No, sometimes her hair was lighter than that, but yeah. And then, of course, she was in Charlie's Angels, iconic 70s television show. So that was another iconic thing that she did. Diana said it was either an afro or the Pharaoh, right? And then modeling. So she did modeling, of course. So yeah, and then her film career. She was in that movie, The Burning Bed. I love that movie. She played the hell out of that role because she really looked like a battered wife and she acted like a battered wife. And then she burnt his ass up, made him look like Jesse Lee Peterson in order to get away. If you've never seen The Burning Bed, check it out. You can probably watch it for free on YouTube. Oh yeah, Jane Kennedy. She was one of the black beauties of the 70s and early 80s. Yep. But yeah, I noticed that blondes, I feel like they've kind of lost favor with a lot of men, or I can't say lost favor. They're just not put on pedestals like they used to be. Like to be a blonde hair white chick, that was equivalent to being a light skinned black chick. Painting for Playboy. I remember in the 90s, Farrah Fawcett kind of lost her mind. She was on some type of drugs hard. She was drinking and drugging hard. And I remember she was on it was either David Letterman or maybe I don't think it was Johnny Carson because I think he was done by then. But I think it was the David Letterman show. And she was on that show like drunk and high and shit. She really embarrassed herself. It was really sad. But this was around the time that she posed for Playboy magazine and she had a video with Playboy where she was like, her body was basically the art. So she had like paint all on her naked body and she was rubbing her body on like the canvas and the paper on the floor and stuff like that. But that's very Sun, trine, Neptune, especially Sun in Aquarius. Aquarius dealing with nudity. Her painting for Playboy makes a lot of sense. All right, let me know when you see the next slide. Oh, and speaking of blondes versus brunettes, I've always felt like I like brunettes better than blondes. Like case in point, Three's Company. I love that show. That started in the 70s. It went from the late 70s to the early 80s. And in that show, you had a blonde and a brunette, and then you had Jack, who was the male. And I always favored Janet over Chrissy. Chrissy was the blonde, and she was like a dumb blonde. And Janet had that jet black hair. And I always thought Janet was the better looking one, even though Chrissy got all the shine. I just wanted to put that out there. Those that are around my age or a little bit younger or older, yeah, you remember Three's Company. Let me know who you preferred, like who you like better. Did you like, were you on Team Chrissy or were you Team Janet? All right, we got Rick James, right? Yes, Rick James. I'm Rick James, bitch. Now, Rick James, he's iconic, right? He was so iconic that Dave Chappelle was basically characterizing him in his show. So James Brown, Rick James is a funk icon. Jupiter going wild said, I love Three's Company. I'm Team Janet. Kauai said Chrissy. Sometimes Janet would get on my nerves though, because she would be a little bit uptight about certain things. And then every now and then Chrissy would surprise you because she would reveal that she wasn't as dumb as people thought she was. But I'll tell you who was one of my favorite characters on that show. There was a couple. Mrs. Roper. I love me some Mrs. Roper, especially with her wearing that tacky jewelry, like the plastic bangles and the big ass beaded necklaces and the moo she would wear. And then I love Mr. Furley. And then I love Larry, Jack's friend Larry, who was always like scoping out chicks. He was a big time womanizer. Three's Company was a great show. They don't make shows like that anymore. I swear Mr. Roper was a Virgo. You cannot convince me otherwise. Mr. Roper was a Virgo and Mrs. Roper was a Leo. Oh, Stanley. She was always trying to get some. I felt so sorry for Mrs. Roper because she was always trying to get some from Mr. Roper. Mr. Roper never wanted to have sex with her. And as a kid, I never understood that. I used to be like, Mrs. Roper isn't that bad looking. Like, she's actually kind of cute. She always is dressed up, always got her wig on and stuff. And Mr. Roper did not want her. And that used to make me feel so sad for Mrs. Roper. But anyway. Oh, Stanley. All right. So, yes, Rick James, funk icon. He's a musician, singer. So, singer, writer, producer. And remember, I said Sun, Trine, Neptune makes it easy for you to get your hands on some drugs. And we know Rick James, he had plenty of drugs and he was throwing a lot of parties. Rick James was doing the Diddy before Diddy became Diddy, basically. So he even got charges where him and this woman, they burnt this chick with a crack pipe and all this stuff and like forced themselves on her and all that. So yeah, like the whole Diddy stuff, that's nothing new. There's nothing new under the sun. Rick James was Diddy before Diddy was Diddy, basically. He just wasn't doing it on Diddy's scale. But yes, he was having a freak off parties back then and all. Like what him having songs like Super Freak, Give It to Me, Baby. Come on now, I'm in love with Mary Jane. He was getting it on. But yeah, ease in getting drugs. All right, let me know when you see the next slide. Yeah, unfortunately, John Ritter had to leave this earth early. But yeah, he was a funny guy. Fire and desire. My daughter, my Pisces daughter, she cracks me up because she talked about that song. She was like, Mom, what's that song where these two people, they're like screaming at each other? And she was like, I forget. She was like, I think one of them is, and I was like, no, that's Tina Marie and Rick James. I was like, you talk about fire desire. She was like, yeah. She was like, those two people are going off. She was like, I forgot what she said, but she was cracking me up. She just didn't understand that level of soul music back then. But yeah, because they're singing their hearts out in that song. And all my daughter hears is a bunch of screaming. And leave them. Oh, that's what I used to do. Using, abusing. That's how my daughter hears it. Oh, then I laid eyes on you. Yeah. It does sound like two people that are high on some coke singing a duet. All right. So we got Queen Latifah. We got the Queen. All hail the Queen. Now, I got to tell y'all, I got to give Latifah her flowers. See, a lot of my younger viewers may not understand how dope Queen Latifah was with her first album, All Hail the Queen. But when I was coming up, she was one of the first, like her tape, because back then we had to buy albums and tapes and shit. So her cassette tape was one of the first tapes I ever bought with my own money. And when I tell you that whole album, All Hail the Queen, is a banger, like every single track, you could just play it from front to back. Oh my God, like the Queen, All Hail the Queen. We are not worthy, honey. But no, she's another one that's like a triple threat: singer, actor, and rapper. Triple threat: rapper, singer, actress. And she nails it all. And she could keep a secret like no other because she's never come out the closet. And that's very Sun trine Neptune as well. And you see, she got a dissociative trine right here with Neptune being in Sagittarius, Sun being in Pisces. Now, those signs don't naturally form a trine, but because of the distance, with that Neptune being at the 0 degree of Sagittarius, it's like she has so much artistic energy, artistic potential at her fingertips. Wonderful. And then she's also a writer. All right. Next, let me know when you can see the next person. Yes, I love me some Queen Latifah. Khadijah. And you can tell Queen Latifah, she the type you can chill with her. She's not going to have these airs of being a celebrity. She never like came across. And Queen Latifah's hair is always, like always beautiful. Like I've never seen her have a bad hair day. Hair is always done. All right, Candace Owens, lover, hater. Some people love her, some people hate her. I'm kind of in the middle. There's been things that Candace has said that I really agree with. There's other things that she says that I'm kind of like, Candace, you going a little bit too far with this. And honestly, and because I did a reading, I did a sponsored video about Candace, but it's on my Patreon, and for a good reason. But yeah, if you want to see that video, I suggest you become a patron. But anyway, I have a feeling she doesn't like women. I have a feeling she is very male identified. And that's a big problem I have with her. I think she really does not like women. And with that being said, let's just get into this trine. So she has Sun in Taurus, trine Neptune and Capricorn. She's another one that will never go broke, namely because she married into money. Thank you, Jupiter. So marrying up, because the sun rules your husband. So with Sun in Taurus, trine Neptune and Capricorn, yes, marrying up. She definitely did the damn thing with that. Also, you could consider Candace to be a popular conservative mouthpiece. You got two signs that are very much about conservatism. You got Taurus and you got Capricorn. This trine right here means that she has found her tribe. Her tribe is in the conservative realm of politics, right? So she does really good with that. And she can make a lot of money if she continues on being conservative. I don't know if y'all know this though, but Candace Owens started out as a liberal. She started out as a liberal, a leftist, and a Democrat. And then at some point, she said, oh, there's no money being a liberal, a leftist, and a Democrat. Let me move over to the Republican side, conservative side, and really make these coins. Now, I'm being facetious. More than likely, she didn't have that. You never know. She might have. She's a Taurus. Let's be real. And Taurus does follow the money. But, I mean, come on now. She probably did compare the numbers. And she looked at the number. She looked at the incomes of the people that are Republican and conservatives. And she saw, oh, that's that old money. And then she looked at the Democrats and liberals. And she was like, oh, that's that new money that could easily run out. and she chose the conservative Republican side. Because, like I said, she wasn't always a conservative, she wasn't always a Republican. And it could be financially motivated why she switched sides. That could be one of the reasons. Also, her YouTube channel. Remember, I said you could do really well on YouTube if you got Sun Trine Neptune, and Candace has done really well. She started off with the Daily Wire, right? I think she was part of the Daily Wire. But then when she started talking about that certain class of that certain group of people, and I'm not going to name who this group of people is, because I might get a strike on my channel. But once she started talking about that certain group of people, I think, was it the Daily Wire or was it another conservative platform? One of those platforms she belonged to, they dropped her, and then she created her own YouTube channel. I think she's at like 10 million subscribers, maybe, if not more. But they even tried to take her channel down off of that, off of her talking. But she's back up, I think. But yeah, she does really well just off of YouTube alone. And then her marrying the rich guy, like her husband's family is rich. And then her having the podcast, the documentaries. She's rolling in the dough. And she's still very young. And then, did you know that she received money through the NAACP? Because back in the day, there was some discrimination lawsuit that she filed. I forget what the details were. But yeah, she actually was awarded money through the NAACP. So she knows how to play the race card when it's convenient for her, even though she'll criticize other Black people for playing the race card. But that's another topic. Let's move on. Daily Wire with Ben Shapiro, and her and Ben Shapiro, they had a falling out, right? Because she was talking about his group of people. Oh yeah, she did have some mommy issues. Yeah. Jupiter Going Wild said Candace reminds me of the conservative version of Gabrielle Union. Okay, we're almost done here. We don't have much more to go. So we got Janice Dickinson. She was a model. She considers herself to be the first supermodel. I would say Gia Karanji actually was, but we'll let Janice Dickinson pretend like she was the first supermodel. We'll let her pretend, because Sun Trine Neptune people are really good at playing make believe. But she was a model nonetheless. So model, and she was, you could say, iconic. I'll give her that. And remember, she was one of the judges on America's Next Top Model, so that applies as well. All right, let me know when you can see the next slide. Yeah, I tried to find a nice picture of her head, and there's not a lot of nice pictures of her, especially like nowadays, because she hasn't aged that well. She's had a ton of plastic surgery. All right, Miss Patty. Nobody better talk about Miss Patty. Auntie Patty. Nobody better talk about her, because I love Patty LaBelle to death. Now, Sun in Gemini, Trine Neptune in Libra. She could keep a secret too. Even though she's a Gemini, she could keep some secrets now. Now, singer. I don't know if she ever wrote songs. Y'all let me know if she's also a songwriter. But remember, she started off with the group LaBelle. Ichi Kichi Ya Ya Da Da. Voulez-vous coucher avec moi ce soir? Lady Marmalade and all that. And then the duets. The duets. That's very Sun and Gemini, just a duet, period. But remember the duet she did with Bobby Womack, Love Is Finally Come at Last. And then the duet she did with Michael McDonald, On My Own. I love On My Own. On My Own. So many promises. Now we're up there talking divorce, and we wasn't even married. Yeah, that was the shit. On my own. All right. So yes, duets. And then back in the 80s, this was like 87, I think. It was Patty, Dionne Warwick and Gladys Knight, they put on this concert called Sisters in the Name of Love. I remember watching it with my mom back in the day. I love that concert. You could still find it on YouTube. They did a fabulous job. Amazing. Remember, I said Sun, Trine, Neptune. Amazing. They did an amazing performance. And then interspersed in that concert, they have Patti LaBelle, Dionne Warwick smoking her cigarette. And then they have Gladys Knight sitting at a kitchen table and they're just, shooting the breeze, chatting it up, talking about their lives and stuff. If you've never seen Sisters in the Name of Love and you like either of these three, Patti LaBelle, Dionne Warwick, Gladys Knight, if you've never seen it, check it out. Again, it's called Sisters in the Name of Love. I guarantee you're going to be entertained. You're going to like it. The singing is off the chain. It's just so good. So good. And I love the dresses that they're wearing on the concert. And Patti LaBelle has her signature. Remember in the 80s, for those that were in the 80s, alive then, remember Patti LaBelle would have that hair where it looked like it was a fan and it was all this hairspray or whatever, and it was all stiff, but it was all shaped into like a fan. That's when she had her hair like that in that concert. I got a new attitude. All right. Let me know when you see the next slide. I love me some Gladys Knight too. Mm-hmm. That's right, Asha. Patty is so iconic. She got Patty's Pies now. She got a whole line of frozen foods in the frozen food section. You said the Kojic hat hair. I'm done. But that was really cutting edge of her. Like nobody had that. That was amazing. And it fit her. She was the only one that could rock that. Now, Kathleen Turner, I love me some Kathleen Turner, especially in the movie Romancing the Stone, which is the epitome of her sun trine Neptune. And back in the 80s, I thought she was so pretty, like gorgeous. Sun in Gemini, trine Neptune in Libra. So again, her and Michael Douglas, they were in the movie Romancing the Stone, and then they had the sequel, Jewel of the Nile. I only saw Romancing the Stone. I have never seen Jewel of the Nile because I didn't want to ruin the first movie, like my love for the first movie. But maybe I need to watch Jewel of the Nile. I don't know. And then her and Michael Douglas were in War of the Roses together. So all of this is dealing with the Sun in Gemini, trine Neptune, and Libra. Her basically working with Michael Douglas throughout her film career. They were in maybe 3 or 4 films together. And they're still cool with each other because I just saw an article where they had, got together. They were like reminiscing and stuff like that. But yes, Kathleen Turner with her sultry voice. She was even in that movie. What was it? Body Double? Not Body Double. Body Heat. She was in that movie Body Heat that really made me blush as a child. I remember watching that with my father and looking at the screen like I shouldn't be watching this. I'm too young. Like, oh goodness. But yeah, it taught me some things as a young child about sex, that Body Heat movie. And with that, she was with oh God, who was the blonde haired guy she was with? I forget his name. Kurt, not Kurt. William, my memory is failing me right now. William Hurt. I think that's who she was with in the film. But yes, if you haven't seen Romancing the Stone and you want to see how this Sun trine Neptune can play out, watch Romancing the Stone because that movie is like the epitome of Sun trine Neptune. And then also, owing to her father's position with the Foreign Service, Turner grew up in Canada, Cuba, Venezuela, and London, England. So her traveling all over is very much Sun at the hands of her father with the Sun ruling fathers, very Sun trine Neptune. And then her role in Serial Mom. Oh my God. And I believe in my Dark Sided Gemini female video, I talked about how this movie Serial Mom, how she's depicting a Gemini, a dark-sided Gemini mother. And I don't even think I realized at the time that Kathleen Turner was a Gemini. But she plays a dark-sided Gemini mother to the hilt. in that Serial Mom film. If you never seen it, check it out. It says Turner stated in 2018, Body Heat was a blessing because I went straight to being a leading actor and I didn't have to suffer any of this predatory male behavior like many young actresses because she's touched by an angel with that sun trine Neptune. She had the spiritual protection, so she didn't have to get on the casting couch. That's what she's basically saying. It doesn't frustrate me that nearly 4 decades after that film, I'm still referred to as a sexual icon. I got over that a long time ago. All right, let me know when you can see the next image. You said Dirty Dancing made me blush. Oh yeah, I like When Harry Met Sally too, with Meg Ryan and Billy Crystal. Dirty Dancing didn't make me blush, but there was some parts in the movie that annoyed me, like namely the father. The father got on my goddamn nerves. I was like, he ain't letting baby have no fun. Yes, Joel Osteen. Is anybody a follower of Joel Osteen? Anybody? Has anybody ever attended one of his services? You know, he's one of those prosperity pastors. So he got Sun in Pisces, trine Neptune and Scorpio. This is perfect for being a leader of a cult like religious group. This is perfect for getting money out of your parishioners. Now, creating a lucrative Jesus cult and con game. That's the basis of this trine for him. Now, I'm sorry if anybody follows Joel Osteen, but I believe it's all a con game, or I'll say it's mostly a con game that started with his father because his father was a preacher first. And like, this is what you would call a Jesus cult. Anytime you're filling up whole stadiums, you know, they actually, he purchased NFL stadium. I forget what NFL team, but it was an old stadium of an NFL team. Like, if you're packing them in like that, come on now. So I have creating a lucrative Jesus cult and con game. It says Osteen also hosted an event in his Lakewood church in 2018 in collaboration with rapper Kanye West called Sunday Service. So you know, if he's down with Kanye, you already know. According to media reports, the event was attended by 17,000 as well as joined by many people streaming online. He also held his Easter service during COVID-19 with Mariah Carey and Tyler Perry. Now, again, poor Mariah, she didn't have no choice but to show up because, again, like I said, she sold her soul. So every now and then she has to make appearances like this. Now, when asked if he thought God approves of homosexuality, Osteen said homosexuality is a sin according to his interpretation of scripture. But he said gay people are welcome in because gay people got money too. They're welcome in his church without judgment. Now I'm like, oh, that's so nice of him. And that makes sense because he got Sun in Pisces, trine Neptune and Scorpio. You know, that Pisces energy is all inclusive. Like, everybody can come. It don't matter who you are, what you do, and all that. But in my opinion, he was just looking at the money. He was like, look, I know a lot of these gay people got money. So why should we keep them out of the church? We're going to invite them because the more, the merrier. The more merrier, the more money, right? Yeah, I already know. I already know your con game. Now, Osteen, is it Osteen or Osteen or whatever? Osteen is estimated to have a net worth of over $50 million, with his church taking in $43 million a year in collections. That whole collections is that Neptune and Scorpio. According to the Houston Chronicle, Osteen's church income was $89 million in the year ending March 2017. More than 90% of that was raised from church followers, and barely 1% of its budget went to charitable causes. So even though he could be a big-time charitable person with this trine, he's not. He basically keeps a lot of the money for himself and rolls it back into the church to generate more income. Osteen denied taking any pandemic CARES Act assistance, but U.S. Small Business Administration data reveal his church actually received $4.4 million from the fund. So he lied about getting that PPP loan when he really did. Shame on you. But again, because he got Sun trine Neptune, especially because his sun is in Pisces, he can get away with this stuff. And people will continue to give this man money. Because remember what I said, if we're just looking at things astrologically, that means that God or whatever spiritual being you want to call it or him blesses evil people right along with good people. So it don't matter if you're good or evil in this material realm in terms of getting money. And it seems like the more evil you are, the more easier it is to get money and to be blessed and to be rewarded, especially if you have aspects like Sun trine Neptune in your chart. Because again, just like the sun shines on good and evil people equally. It's the same with these aspects. You can have an evil person, but their chart could be lit up with trines, grand trines, kites, all types of stuff. And that explains why they do so well in life and why the woman that is a virtual saint that has done everything right in her life, she doesn't hardly get any money. She's struggling. She's damn near homeless because she's living off of her social security check. And then at 90 years old, some asshole breaks into her apartment and rapes her. That's life. And again, that's why I'm leaning towards that whole agnostic thing in terms of God and religion at this point, because I'm like, if we're dealing with the real and if we're looking at life in a literal fashion, I don't believe there's some being up in the sky that really cares about us. I really don't, because the shit doesn't add up. It doesn't make sense. And I'm getting tired of using this excuse like, oh, the reason why this good person got murdered in the most gruesome way is because they did something in a past life to deserve that. I don't think it's that simple. I don't think that's always the case. Again, make it make sense. So yeah, I just had to put that out there. But again, people like this guy, he gets to live like heaven on earth, even though he's bilking people out of millions of dollars. He's telling lies, making it seem like he's this righteous individual. We don't know how many skeletons this guy got in his closet, but I bet you he has a lot. But these are the people that get rewarded in this world. So again, make it make sense. But like the Christians like to say, God is in control. Okay, well, I guess this is one of God's favored. I guess he is really favored by God, as well as the whole Peter Popoff. What's that other guy? TD Jakes, the one that was partying with Diddy. I guess he's favored by God too, because again, these people, they live like gods on this earth. They live like kings, and nobody's stopping them. Where is their karma? And I'm starting to think, I was talking to somebody the other day, I forgot who it was, but me and her basically agreed that there may not even be karma for some of these people. They might just be able to do their dirt on earth and, they die and maybe they get reborn. It may be now in the next lifetime, they just have to grow up being middle class instead of filthy rich. But again, shit ain't adding up. And I'm tired of making these excuses as to why good people always have to suffer. The whole, oh, you did this in a past life. And yeah, I say that with myself. I say that to clients and stuff, like, you might have did this in a past life to deserve this. But again, does that even make sense? If you can't remember that shit and then you have to pay for something that you don't even remember doing. All right, I'm almost done here. I'm almost off my soapbox. Hannah said their karma is coming. I would like to believe that. Let's hope so. But again, there's too many people doing evil and getting rewarded for it on this earth. And like Bob Marley said, and actually it was Peter Tosh that wrote this, we know and we understand a mighty God is a living man. And what else did he say? He said, most people think heaven is on, wait a minute, most people think heaven is on the earth or something. I know you don't know what life is really worth, but basically in that song, Get Up, Stand Up, I remember that song touching me when I still, was pretty much into religion. And I remember I was kind of conflicted with that song, Get Up, Stand Up. Like when he says, we're sick and tired of your izzy skizzing game, die to go to heaven in Jesus' name. We know and we understand a mighty God is a living man. It's about what's going on earth because this is the only thing we have to go by. So those people that are suffering on earth right now, and they believe that, oh, all this suffering is going to lead to me going to heaven when I die, there's no guarantee that that's really happening. So why not create your heaven on earth? That's what I'm trying to do. For the rest of my days, I'm trying to create heaven on earth because I don't know what's happening once I die. I don't know where I'm going. I don't even know if I'm, going to even know what's going on because I don't even know I'm going to be conscious of stuff. So why not try to create your heaven now? All right. We got the king of rock and roll, right? So we got another icon. Yeah, Kenneth Copeland, one of the most evil beings on this planet, flying around in private jets, being rewarded. And again, these people really believe they're being rewarded by God. Either that or they believe that they're God incarnate. But again, what is stopping Kenneth Copeland from continuing to do his evil? He just keeps getting rewarded for it and then rewarded for it and rewarded for it. Again, make it make sense. It's not adding up. All right, we got Elvis Presley. So Sun in Capricorn, trine Neptune in Virgo. Rock and roll icon. I said, one for the money, two for the show. Don't be cruel, too hard, that's true. I never liked Elvis music. I don't like that rockabilly type of shit that he was doing. But, a lot of people loved Elvis. And he did inspire a lot of artists, including Michael Jackson, believe it or not. Michael Jackson was a huge Elvis fan, and he got some of his dance moves from Elvis, believe it or not. So I have to give Elvis his flowers in that, yes, he was a rock and roll icon. I heard he was a terrible actor. So he was a singer, a dancer, and he was in movies like Blue Hawaii and some other shit, Jailhouse Rock and stuff like that. But yeah, it was something else I wanted to say about Elvis too, but I forget. But even him falling in love with Hawaii, that's very Sun trine Neptune. Like they said, when Elvis went to Hawaii for the first time, he fell in love with it. And then he bought a home in Hawaii, and that became his vacation spot that he would always go to. And then he made a few movies in Hawaii and all that, which is very Sun trine Neptune. Even his house in Graceland, his Graceland mansion in Tennessee, I think it was Tennessee, right? He actually created a living room that was a replica of like this Hawaiian place or whatever. All right, we're almost done. Shirley MacLaine. Shirley MacLaine, actress, but also she was very spiritual as well. Now, Shirley MacLaine, she's another one, multifaceted. I had no idea that she started off as a ballet dancer. So she started off dancing ballet, but she's also an actor. And she just, I think she's done a bit of directing too. And then she's an author too. So she has written a number of books. I recently purchased this book right here, Out on a Limb. And I'm going to try to not read it until I go on my next vacation, which is in December. So I just want to take that with me, like to read at the airport or on the plane or whatever. But yeah. And this book is basically about her spiritual and mystical experiences. Now, she got panned for this book. A lot of people were clowning her because they was like, oh, Shirley MacLaine, she done lost it. She cuckoo. But I believe that she had these experiences. Maybe not all of them are valid, but with that Sun trine Neptune, especially with Neptune being in that 12th house, the Sun being in the 8th, I definitely believe she did have some strong spiritual experiences. So I'm looking forward to reading this book. Now it says, as a toddler, she had weak ankles and fell over with the slightest misstep. So her mother decided to enroll her in ballet class at the Washington School of Ballet at the age of 3. Now she had her North Node in Aquarius, I think also Chiron in Aquarius, which can explain the issue with her ankles. But you see how her mother enrolled her in the School of Ballet at the age of 3. That is Sun at the 3rd degree. And I think the Sun is either, wait a minute, the Sun is connected to her mother in some way, but I forget exactly how. Now, this was the beginning of her interest in performing. Strongly motivated by ballet, she never missed a class. In classic romantic pieces such as Romeo and Juliet and The Sleeping Beauty, she always played the boys' roles. And she's a Libra rising, which makes a lot of sense that she was playing the opposite sex. In classical romantic pieces such as Romeo and Juliet and The Sleeping Beauty, she always played the boys' roles due to being the tallest in the group and the absence of males in the class. She eventually was cast in a substantial female role as the fairy godmother in Cinderella. While warming up backstage, she broke her ankle, but then tightened the ribbons on her toe shoes and proceeded to dance the role all the way through before calling for an ambulance. So I included this quote, number one, because of the dancing part at age 3 with her Sun at the 3rd degree, but also that Taurus and Virgo combination, that is what enabled her to dance with that broken ankle, because she was just determined to nail it. And like there was no stopping her. And because she was fully immersed in that dance performance, especially with Neptune being in Virgo in that 12th house. So that's very commendable. That's amazing, actually. Deep mystical and spiritual experiences that she's had, that she detailed in this book, as well as other books that she has written. And then a few more. We got Linda Goodman. Linda Goodman was a popular astrologer. She died, I forget what year she died, but she was one of the astrologers that really inspired me. Remember, I said Sun, trine, Neptune people, they can inspire others. They can be an inspiration for others. Linda Goodman is one of my inspirations. I love this lady, and I love what she has contributed to the world of astrology. So with her Sun in Aries, trine Neptune and Leo, she is an astrological icon. She even had a best-selling book, the Sun Sign book, which introduced a lot of people to real astrology. So astrological icon. Also, Linda Goodman took a spiritual yet no holds barred, in your face approach to astrology. And those are my words. So that's how I look at Linda Goodman. She took a spiritual, but it was no holds barred with her being an Aries, in your face with it being an Aries approach to astrology. She didn't sugarcoat. Had a knack for getting straight to the heart of the matter. Yes. And her forum is still going strong to this day. So there's people that will still, including myself, will still go on her forum just to get some insight into certain things. Like I mainly use her forum if I want to get some special insight into an asteroid that I'm not exactly familiar with. Like her site is really good for learning about asteroids in particular. That's why I like her forum. But yeah, still going strong. And then next one we have, let me know when you can see the image. Yeah, I am getting sleepy. Asha said, but Elvis got it from James, I heard. And you're right, Asha, because Elvis, and that deals with a lot with him being a Capricorn, because you know Capricorn rules the color black. It doesn't rule black people, because I always have to put this disclaimer out there. But if the word black comes up in one's language quite a bit, Capricorn is likely to be present in the person's chart. So Elvis took all of his, musical ability, or he was very much inspired by the black rock musicians. So yeah, George Carlin. So George Carlin, he was a no-nonsense, very cynical type of comedian. And comedians are ruled by Sagittarius. So George Carlin was a Taurus, And he had his sun trine Neptune in Virgo, but he also had Mars in Sagittarius. So there's the comedy. I think his North Node might have been in Sagittarius too. So he was a comedic icon. He was in films such as Car Wash, also the movie Dogma. What's the other one? Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. Very practical and common sense oriented material. It said he hired talent managers Jeff Wald and Ron de Blasio to help him change his image, making him look more hip for a younger audience. Wald put Carlin into much smaller clubs with such as the Troubadour in West Hollywood and the Bitter Inn in New York City, and later said that Carlin's income was thus reduced by 90%, but his later career arc was greatly improved. So he made sacrifices on trine Neptune in order to improve his career. And also, just this whole statement is representing Sun in Taurus, trine Neptune in Virgo, with his managers represented by that Sun in Taurus in the 10th house, changing his image. And then we have another iconic woman. Let me know when you can see her image. I think after her, I think there's one more, and I think I'll be done. And my list was much longer than this. I actually had to cut the list down because sometimes, because I'm a Sagittarius, I be doing too much. I be going overboard. And next thing you know, instead of being like already, I've been on for what, 4 hours? Yeah, if I would have kept the list when I originally had it, this would be a 6-hour live stream. All right. Yes, we got Miss Angela Davis, iconic, with that fist in the air in the courtroom. So Sun in Aquarius, trine Neptune in Libra, being acquitted in the trial. So she was part of this group, this activist group that was accused of, was it like a shootout in the courtroom or something? And she was implicated in it. I don't know all the ins and outs, but I know she was acquitted. And she was basically an activist icon, especially with that fro. I mean, like, you can't make this stuff up. Like, she was the epitome of like the Black Power movement with the fro, that fist up in the air, that iconic photo. I was trying, know what's weird? I know a lot of y'all know what I mean. Well, people that know about Angela Davis, I know you know what I mean about that iconic photo where she's in the courtroom with her fist up in the air. I had a hard time finding that photo. I'm like, are they trying to erase history or what? What's going on here? But anyway, and I think this is the last one. Let me know when you can see it. Damn, Jupiter going, wow, you are really good with the historical facts. That's your Capricorn energy all day. You said one of Angela Davis' ancestors sailed on the Mayflower. Wow. And then we have the greatest, or he was at once the greatest, till Frazier beat that ass. And George Foreman, right? So we have Muhammad Ali, Sun in Capricorn, trine Neptune in Virgo. When I tell you this combination can make for an excellent boxer, he definitely had it. He had that magic with him, with that Sun in Capricorn, trine Neptune in Virgo. Virgo and Capricorn, those are like the top signs when it comes to boxing. I know some people would be like, well, what about Aries? Aries deals with fighting and battling and war and stuff, but it's not dealing with fighting skill. If you're talking about fighting skill, that's where you want to look to Virgo. And I know some people that are not familiar with astrology, or if you're new at this, you might be scratching your head like, Virgo, really? Yes. Virgo rules martial arts, and boxing is a form of martial arts. And martial arts deals with where it's a skill and it's a technique. Anytime you talk about skill, technique, where you have to always, practice and all that stuff, that's Virgo right there. So for Muhammad Ali to have Sun in Capricorn, trine Neptune in Virgo, it makes sense that he was so great of a boxer, even though I think some of those fights were fixed. But that still doesn't diminish him being a fine boxer. Because truth be told, when it comes to professional athletics, a lot of that shit is fixed because so much money is at stake. So the GOAT of boxing, at least until Tyson came on the scene. But even with Tyson, I believe some of those Tyson fights were fixed as well. But again, that doesn't diminish their skills as good boxers. Same with like Lance Armstrong. Yeah, he is a great cyclist, even though we did find out that he was juicing, he was taking the steroids, but that still doesn't diminish his cycling ability. So boxing icon, yes, that's what Muhammad Ali basically was. So that concludes my reading or my video on Sun Trine Neptune. Derek, I don't know if you're still with us. You probably went to bed. Sorry it dragged on for so long, but you could always catch the replay. I hope y'all enjoyed this live stream. It's good to be back. I promise I won't be gone for so long again. But like I said, I was dealing with some crazy transits. Neptune quincunx my Venus, and Saturn's about to square my sun again, and I'm not too happy about that. But before that, Saturn was squaring my Neptune. I mean, not my Neptune, my Mercury. And with Saturn being in Pisces, that makes it hard for me to just be present sometimes, like live. I'm not like a lot of people where I can be on YouTube every day or every other day, or I don't know how these people do it. I just don't have it in me to be like that. And a lot of that is dealing with my Capricorn energy. And a lot of times I am working and I just don't have the time to be you see how I get carried away. I just spent over 4 hours on this live. But when I have written work to do, which I did have a lot of written work to do this past month, the written work has to come first because I have deadlines to meet. But I just want to thank Derek again for sponsoring this video. Thank you so much, Derek. And I have more sponsored videos to come. So anybody that has sponsored a video, just know that I have you on my list and I will get to your video as soon as I can. Again, think about purchasing a ticket for the Manifesting Mr. Right workshop if you're interested in manifesting your Mr. Right. After this live stream, I'm going to put the link in the description section for you to purchase a ticket if you would like to do so. Please like, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so already. I just want to give a special shout out to my patrons. Thank you, patrons, for sticking with me. Also, my channel members, Diggable Planets, love y'all to death. My subscribers, my clients, anybody that's viewing my channel for the first time, why don't you think about subscribing? I would greatly appreciate it. And yeah, if you really like this live stream and if you want to help me out in some type of way, like how some of these YouTubers will say, if you want to buy me a coffee or whatever, you could consider donating to me, either Cash App or PayPal, whatever you feel like. I would greatly appreciate it. Anything would be greatly appreciated. Thank you so much, everybody. Stay tuned for more videos. The next video will be uploaded on Thursday, which will be a celebrity reading video. And then I'll be doing the election live stream on Sunday, the 27th. 26th, I'll be doing the workshop Manifesting Mr. Right. So yeah, I got a lot planned for y'all. So stay tuned. Peace, many blessings,